everything is going digital. Digitalization, automation is good. It reduces production costs and enables faster production whilst providing customers with the same goods at lower prices. However, I want you to please listen very well to the however. However, if automation, digitalization, and all the innovations does not take into consideration population dynamics, it creates unemployment. And the government will have difficulty supporting you because you're talking about funding. And if there's unemployment, the government would have difficulty supporting SMEs because high levels of unemployment would demand government attention. So digitalization and all the innovations, I'm not speaking, does not take into consideration. I'm not speaking. So who is speaking? I'm not speaking now. Yeah, so so please, I really want you to consider that and see that in digitalization, automation, which is good, if we do not, as a continent, as a nation, take into consideration population dynamics, if we do not become advocates for child marriages, teenage pregnancies, and all those things, there will be high unemployment. And if there's high unemployment, the government will have difficulty supporting you because countries support entrepreneurs. That is why you have countries with entrepreneurs who are big, because the government supports good ideas. But the government will find it difficult to support your good ideas if it has a pressing issue. So like I said in the beginning, it's all about harmony. Harmony involves trade-offs. You may not directly affect it, but you would have a role to let government know that this section is important you look at. So you do not just focus on yourself, but you look at the other sector. Because those unemployed are your customers who are poor and so cannot afford your services. It therefore does not marvel, I bit my imagination, why a lot of entrepreneurs do not survive 5 years. When we went to Nigeria, there was a presentation, entrepreneurs do not survive because the ecosystem is toxic. So you have to look beyond yourself. So it is important that you let governments know this because it will affect funding. Tekumba spoke about women working a lot and working hard. We should also appreciate the fact that we have 24 hours in a day for the African woman, for the European woman, for the Asian woman. And so if your culture will burden your women in one aspect, you cannot use that same time to do another job. You can't sit here and learn and be somewhere playing at the same time. You can only sit here and learn and forgo play, or you can be there and play and forgo learning. Those are choices that we have to make. What you entrepreneurs also do is you develop communities. You know, at times we look at economic growth and think that is improved quality of life. It is not. Economic growth supports quality of life, but economic growth is not synonymous to quality of life. But what we do is to improve the quality of life as a system. So these are my few words. Building resilience, the question is balance, creating harmony. It's not about prioritization, it's about harmony. Creating harmony and learning from the ant. The ant does not talk, it only works. But we have the advantage of talking and working. Let not our talk supersede our works. Thank you.
Wow. My goodness. I'm just so blown away. I was just soaking that deeply. A round of applause again. Dr. Letitia actually deserves so much more. Thank you so much, Dr. Letitia, for sharing those very impactful and, igniting expertise and thoughts with us. I have been inspired. I don't know really about you. Before we zoom into the next session with our very speaker, the one who took us, we would like to take short remarks from Mr. Ernest Ejenim Boatim, and he is the Chief Technical Advisor of the Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs. Is he around? Please show some love. Keep clapping while he walks majestically to the podium.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to the presentations, which is very insightful, and I have very short remarks to make. Just a brief statement on what we do at the Chamber. The Chamber is a member-based organization where we involve in advocacy. We also do business linkages as well, and then capacity building, and also link our members to financing. A woman entrepreneur is quite a very difficult call to be a woman and be an entrepreneur at the same time. Even men is quite challenging. And being a woman entrepreneur in Africa, you need to work more than the men do. I mean, if I'm going to a meeting, I don't have to think a lot, or if I'm traveling, but my wife needs to go through a lot of thinking and planning as to whether she can travel or she can't travel. I can do as I please and go out for meetings, but it takes a lot of time. If a meeting is going to run late, she needs to plan, and sometimes she needs to make sacrifices as to whether she wants to go. So it's a very difficult place to be. It means that you need to work a bit more than the men would do to be able to succeed as a woman entrepreneur. Many times, once you start your business, your interest is to get financing, which could be very frustrating, but you need to spend more time in developing your product than spend much time chasing for financing. If you spend a lot of time chasing for financing, you get frustrated at a point in time because your product has not been developed to extend to attract the kind of financing that you need. The investor is just a human being like you and me who are afraid to lose their money. So if you have not developed the kind of product or kind of service that an investor would come see it and say, I want to invest my money into this project, but you keep chasing for financing, you get frustrated along the way. So you need time to develop the project or the product to become investment ready. And most of the speakers were talking about corporate structure. It's not a very big thing. You have friends, you have mates that went to school with that you could put a small board together for them to come run the table and also advise you on things to do. And so when we're talking about corporate strategy or corporate governance, it's not a big thing. You have mates, you have friends who have knowledge in certain aspects, 2 or 3 people together and say that you are my board, you give them small appointment. Normally you write and say that this does not constitute an employment. And then you need to explain to them that your business has not gotten to a point when you call them for a meeting, you would have to get some board allowance. I mean, putting them together, it doesn't mean that you need to bring them in a room. You could be speaking to them on individual basis, but you know that these are the individuals that you've put together as your board members. And when you need some help, you'll be able to, as it were, reach out to them and get some advice. So these things, we can also bring them to a level. Many a time when we hear this corporate governance, we are thinking about the national companies. We can also bring them to our level to ensure that we put systems in place and keep our business running. The continental free trade area, if we don't develop our market well, there's no way that you can take advantage of that as well, because it's a very competitive market and people are looking for high quality product. So you need to be able to develop where you need to be able to, as it were, create value within your local area to expand. Because if you've not conquered Ghana, I mean, there's no way that you'll be able to go to Nigeria and make any inroads there. So let us focus locally, which has a big market. Let us develop the market. Let us develop our capacity so that when we get onto the international market or any part of Africa, our product or service would make the impact that it requires. So this is my short remarks on the program. It's well organized and I'm very impressed that I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ernest. Great remarks. He's so impressed. Are you impressed too? A round of applause to yourselves. Okay, so we are moving on and zooming into a very, very serious session. I hope we are all ready. So the first session we had with Dr. Ibianan was a presentation session. She has 2 sessions with us. And so we're going to have the second session. I would like to find out from the technical team if Dr. Ogulu is still with us here online. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Ogulu, can you please hear me?
I can hear you, and it's Ogolo, not Ogodu. And it's Ibiene, not Ibiene.
Hello, Doctor.
Can you hear me?
Ogulu is still with us here online.
She is here.
Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for your patience. It's been great having you. So as you know, we are zooming into the masterclass session. And the masterclass session, we will be talking about winning strategies. Okay, Dr. Ogulu, can you please hear me?
I can hear you, and it's Ogolo, not Ogodu. And it's Ibiene, not Ibiene.
Hello, Doctor.
Can you hear me?
Ogulu is still with us here online.
She is here.
Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for your patience. It's been great having you. So as you know, we are zooming into the masterclass session. And the masterclass session, we will be talking about winning strategies. Please hear me.
I can hear you, and it's Ogolo.
Hello. I believe we are encountering. can you please share your screen? Hello, doctor. You've been made a host, so that should enable you to share your screen with us. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Please, are you able to share your screen with us?
I'm trying to get it out
Okay.
because I sent it earlier, so they have it. So if I should have had it close by. They have it with them. Can they just share that? Because it's going to take me through a rigmarole process now to find it. They shared it earlier.
I believe they are encountering just some little challenges. So that will be solved.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. I've seen. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So can you see the slides?
No, please.
Wow.
That's all. We can see you instead.
I'm trying to share my slide because my slides are now open on my. I am trying to share. I've done share. I've done. Yeah, you have it. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. It's going. I can.
Yes. So for this masterclass, we're going to be looking at greening strategies for SMEs, financial planning. Over the last couple of minutes, myself, Madam Elizabeth, have talked about governance and planning. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. So for everything in life, there has to be a plan. For business that is serious,
Hello. Hello, doctor. I'm not sure she's on. Hello, Dr. Igolu. Hello, doctor. Hello. She's still-
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for bearing with us. Apologies for all the technical hitches. So some of our speakers for this afternoon sessions are here, and I'd like to acknowledge their presence. So actually we have with us Esther Asante, Managing Director and Co-founder, Organic Trade and Investment. You are most welcome. Thank you for making time. We're so grateful, so excited to have you here. And then of course we have another special guest. Her name is Edma Ohema Lawyer. Lawa. Okay, Edma Ohema Lawa, founder Yield Global, presenter MX24GH. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. We are so privileged to have you here. And then moving on very quickly, we have the lovely Angela Akua Asante, CEO, Tita Production. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking time out. We are so excited that you could make it. We are waiting for Dr. Ibiene Ogolo to join us. There is a little bit of a technical hitch. So whilst we are waiting, I'd like to play a game because I think we need the energy. Now, also, we have not given our very able compare her accolades. Since morning. She has been here trying to energize this crowd. Everyone, please let us give a roaring round of applause to the wonderful Christabel Odonkor, our Capable compared. Thank you, Christabel, for your energy. I see you have been trying so hard all day now. I'm a Nigerian, guys, and you know what we're like. We are the life of the party, so we cannot have this kind of energy. So we're going to switch things up a little bit, right? Two things. I have a game, and this is how it goes. You have to think of an adjective that describes you, right? And it has to begin with the same letter as your name. So mine is Talented Tokumbo. So when you see me, you can call me talented. I'll be okay with it. Because that represents who I am. Multifaceted, full of energy, creative, innovative, born strategist. These are all the things that I bring to this meeting today. So feel free to approach me if you need any of those things, okay? I won't charge you for today, just for today, okay? Tomorrow might be a different story. Okay, so Christabel, over to you. An adjective that describes you, and it has to start with the same letter as your name. Right, okay.
So mine is Confidence Christabel. Confident Christabel.
Come on, let us give her a round of applause. You have to say what your name is.
I'm Seraphine. I'm Smart Seraphine.
Wow, fantastic. You guys are really catching on.
Hello, my name is Ethel. I'm Electric Ethel.
Electric Ethel. Okay, so where's the energy? There should be a lot of energy, right, on this table, right?
Hi, I'm Ajoa and I'm Adequate Ajoa.
Adequate Ajoa. Wonderful. Come on.
Eva.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say Eva the Evolve. I'm evolving to my higher self.
Oh, wow. Evolving Eva. Fantastic. That's lovely. She's a part of it. Come on, she's here. You're here.
I'm Michaelina.
Michaelina.
So I'll say Michaelina.
Mighty Michaelina. Very good. So it means when you describe yourself in this manner, we can really rely on you, what you say you bring, right? So now, the next thing before we move on is, who can remember everybody's adjective on this table, including mine? Who memorized it? Who's up for that challenge? Was anyone listening? So who? Christabel is what? Seraphina. Ethel. Electric. Fantastic. Wow, Seraphina, you are smart. You are smart. Yes. Evolve. Wow, what? Please bring me a goodie bag. No. Give me a goodie bag. Who is there? Bring me a goodie bag. Please. The last person. Come on, give Seraphina a round of applause, man. You did well. You're living up to your name. You can just bring me one of those ones. It's okay. Thank you. Round of applause for smart Seraphina. From us to you. You're welcome. So do we have Dr. Ebiene back? Is she with us? Okay, is she ready to go? Yes or no? Okay, over to you, Christabel.
That was an interesting game. Did you enjoy it? A round of applause. So we are right back. Hello, doctor. Hello, doctor. Please, can you hear me? Hello, doctor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, sorry about that. I lost connection.
That's fine. We're excited to have you back again.
I'm excited to be here.
Okay, please, can you share your screen with us?
Screen is already up.
Okay.
It's been shared from your side. So if we could flick the screen like 2 pages down, so we go to the tips. That's where we left.
Oh.
No.
The tips, yeah.
Slide before this.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
Financial planning tips.
Yeah, thank you very
Okay.
much.
So
So we
you're
were
welcome.
saying about financial planning is to establish your goal, which I like to term the why. Why are you doing what you're doing? Why have you chosen to be a farmer? Why have you chosen to open a tailoring shop? Why have you chosen to be a designer? Why have you chosen to have a flower arrangement shop as against making matches? There must be a why. Madam Elizabeth had said, find your passion. What are you passionate about? You know, we have to ascertain that. Once you ascertain the why, the next step is to gather and access all relevant data, local resource and research on the subject matter. You have to know everything about it. Where can I source it from? What do I need to do? Do I need to further process it? How can I make it better? Who am I wanting to sell to? Where am I selling to? What is the cost of production? What is the possible cost of sale? What do I need? Do I need to employ other people? Is it, you know, all those things come into play. Then you do a synopsis of what is your financial projection, the basic costs, sourcing, processing, logistics, the sell value. Develop and implement a plan, the how. How do you want to move the why to solving the problem which your passion is trying to achieve? Then contingency plan. What if A doesn't work? You have to have a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D, and it goes on and on and on. Then you have to continue monitoring your plan. Constructive evaluation. What went wrong? What did I do? How did I get it right? Note it down. What did I do that was wrong? Note it down. Why did the result happen like this, whereas I thought it would happen like that? Note it down. Then you look into your finances. Where am I today? I started with 5 naira. I've sold, I now have 12 naira. Do I need more money to grow the business? Am I able to continue the business with the current funding structure that I have? Those are very pertinent questions that we need to ask ourselves. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Elements of the financial plan. First question is, what is your financial objective? Are you doing this to become a billionaire? Are you doing this?
Hello, doctor.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Where did you last hear me?
Just the first one.
Okay, determination of your financial objective. You have to ask yourself that hard question. What is your objective financially? What is your capital requirement? How much do you need to start the business? How much do you need to grow the business? When you have those two questions answered, then you formulate your financial policies. Next slide. Here, I've tried to list out what your financial planning components basically are. There's a slide before this. Can we have the creating a financial plan? Yes. In planning, you do a lot of scribbling. You wake up, you have the spark moment, you write it down. You review your strategic plan. The financial planning should start with your strategic plan. So you cannot plan financially without a strategic plan. And that involves asking yourself that pertinent question, where am I? It's a very deep question that needs a very intentional and deliberate answer. Then you develop your financial projections, like I said earlier, identify alternative courses of action, evaluate the alternatives, which is better, why is this better? Create and implement your financial action plan. Implementation is very key. It's not enough to just create a plan that is not implementable. Monitor the process again and again and again. Seek help. Arrange financing if extra capital is required at any point in time in the business. Reevaluate and revise the plan. Basically, you must always have a dynamic plan because change is constant. What is changing? The demographics have changed. What can I do to enable me remain relevant? The components will involve a cash flow planning and management, risk management. What are the risks involved in my business? How do I mitigate against them? Retirement planning. You will not remain young forever. As you grow, your business is growing, you're getting older. There should be successioning in your planning. Investing, reinvesting, planning and management. How much do I need to reinvest into the business? What can I take out? What do I have to keep back? What do I pay out to my stakeholders? Debt planning and management. You don't just go borrowing loans. There has to be a ratio and it has to make sense. And then, of course, tax planning and management. We must pay our taxes. Take home, know where you currently stand. Truthfully, deliberately and intentionally ask yourself the question, where am I in the scheme of things in my business? Set your realistic goals, plan for the future, manage your money, review your plan periodically. I believe with these, we are set to make your SME a beautiful organization that will grow to become a mega institution. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. And on this note, we take some questions if we have them. And also to our online participants, we appreciate you. And if you have questions, please, you can write them in the chat box, or if you are able to get the chance to be unmuted to ask by yourself. Do we have some questions in this room? It has been a masterclass. What did you learn? Okay. Someone wants to talk? I am tempted to just give the mic to someone that my eye based on. Any question online? Do we have something? Okay.
Hello. So my question today is, as a young person or as a young individual, there are many things that we would like to invest our time in, especially after school. You find out that there's so many things that you're passionate about and that you'd want to build or invest your time in. But then, for example, using myself as an example, I tend to find myself being good at quite a few things. So I remember eventually when I tuned in my mind that I wanted to focus on what I am doing now, it was a bit hard for me to find my path and for me to know exactly what I wanted to venture my time or spend my time on, because it was just too many things that I was good at. So my question is, what advice would you give to somebody like me who basically feel like they are good at many things, and for them to really find what exactly they need to be found when it comes to their potential and their purpose, and then eventually invest in it and build some capital out of it?
Great question. Hello, doctor.
Right. Yes. Okay.
I believe we are having
solves
some net.
that doesn't
Doctor is having some few network challenges.
Can you hear me? I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
We could not, so if you can repeat what. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. You are off again.
But the thing I would always say is, which of your talents can you use to better a life, to make impact? Which is it? Stick to it. That's why it's a business. So what you're passionate about and resolves a deficit in the society, you can easily turn into a business. What does that mean? You're good at sewing and you know that there is a market for good tailors. You will inevitably continue to sew irrespective times because you enjoy it, tending to a need, and you can get value for that service that you are creating. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Any more questions? Okay.
Okay. Hello. My name is Ethel. So most of the time we don't get to hear successful people talk about their mistakes or their failures. We only get to hear the best things that happen to them, how they are successful and all. So can you share, if you can you share the biggest career mistake that has taught you the biggest lesson and has somehow brought some sort of success out of that mistake? I don't know how to put it, but can you at least share something that you feel that has sort of taught you a lesson so big that turned out positive?
An excellent question. Doctor, please, did you hear her? Hello, doctor.
Can you hear me?
We can now hear you.
Yeah. I said very great point.
Yeah. You are off again. If you can hear me, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. I said very often we share our success stories, like she said, and shy away from our failures. Excuse me. I can share with you a horrible failure experience I've gone through in my lifetime and in my career. So, growing up as a child, I always believed that I would be an engineer. Unfortunately, I don't think I had the mental capacity to achieve that goal. So after university, I started a little venture with my brothers, and we started making small toy cars. For me, it was me trying to prove a point, not because I thought I had a market for it, but it was me proving I don't have to go to school to be an engineer and, you know, make toys and sell the toys. And I wouldn't listen to anyone trying to correct me because I thought I knew it all. Oh, well, yes, I'm a tomboy. I know what a car should be like. I know who wants to buy a car. I know that. But the orientation of mind to decipher when, how, and why, I never let come to play. We started off with our piggy bank money, and I went ahead to ask my parents to loan me some money to invest in the business. Of course, they had said to me it was deductible from my allowances going forward. And I jumped in the middle of the ocean production. I tell you not, I don't have to go too far. I ended up giving out all the toys we made without any income, and the company went bankrupt. It wasn't an established company, but it was a company, well, kids started, so it did not have any formal structure. From then, I understood that you can never know it all. You have to seek advice. You have to seek other people's opinions about what, the how, and the why. I learned I can never put my pride before reason. I learned it takes two to tango. If you're going to set up a business, other people's voices matter. It cannot just be you, and you. So lucky enough for me, that happened to me in my early years. And I was blessed enough to take some lessons and apply them in my later years. Yeah.
Wow.
We have light bulbs today that work because 99,000 wouldn't work. And then, you know, the inventor tried and tried and tried and tried. Hence, we have a light bulb today.
Very inspiring. A round of applause. And whilst you were saying that, what I also learned again from that was the importance of the role of corporate strategy and governance, just as Madam Elizabeth made us know that it's very important to have structures in place in terms of having business and know how to go about it. And what I found very fascinating was the fact that at that young age, you knew the strategy of funding your business through loan. And would you, on that note, talking about finances, would you advise young entrepreneurs to go for loan to start small scale businesses? I mean, is that a best option? Because now the economy is hard. just like we heard previously in the news, we have been asked that the public sector is full. So every young one here in Ghana should start entrepreneurship. So what do? We don't also have the funding because unemployment is at its high rate. Do we go for the loans from our parents just like you did, or from the banks? What exactly should be the best option?
To answer that in hindsight, loans are not, you go for loans when you get to certain the business where you know that you are able to repay those loans. So you need to start with something that doesn't require, as it were, that kind of seed capital. But when you grow the business to a certain level, yeah, sure. Then you can approach a financial institution to assist you with funding, but only when the business is showing signs that it can repay back the loans.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. I would like to take a question from the chat box. It says that, please, can you tell us the steps to implement our financial goal? Because sometimes after planning, I find it difficult to implement the financial plans that I have written down. So with this, what do we do?
Okay, so like I said, always make sure that your goals are realistic. There's a process and there's logic thought through every process. You cannot be thinking of starting a palm plantation today and expecting that in year 2 you should have a plantation that is already milling oil. It is not possible, right? So our projections have to be very realistic. We have to ask ourselves those pertinent, hard questions, and we have to be honest with our answers. First of all, the first step is truth to self. Understand where you are, what are your goals, why are you doing what you're doing? What do you hope to achieve? Seek help. How can I get there? You're not reinventing the wheel. Someone else has done it. Research. What did the person do to become successful? What did the person do to fail? Ask questions, keep asking, keep reading, keep researching.
Great. Keep asking, keep reading, keep researching. And on that note, do we have any other question? Okay, we have one at the back.
Okay, so my name again is Coco. My question is, I read somewhere that women are over empowered or over mentored and undercapitalized. Okay, so I went to do some training at an IT, I'll say an IT firm. Like they train only females in IT. So what they did is that they opened sort of like a platform. So if you're a woman entrepreneur, you can apply to get an intern to help you manage your social media handles free of charge. That's to support women as entrepreneurs. So I would like to know, is there any support solely for women that we can tap into? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you gave an instance of a support system. Are you asking for a support system from a financial perspective? Are you asking for support system in terms of structuring? Are you asking for support system in what sphere? You already gave us an instance of a support system for social media.
Okay,
so I do not understand your question. Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of, finances.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
From a financial perspective, I'll speak from the benefit of being in Nigeria. There are banks that have packages, female-oriented packages, so they support female businesses. They have products that support female businesses.
Okay, are you okay? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other question? Well, I think we have exhausted all the questions. And on that note, we want to say a very big thank you to you, Doctor. You have actually broadened our mind a lot, especially with the master class in terms of finances, what to consider and how to go about it in order to grow our SMEs. And so we say thank you very much for making time with us this afternoon, and hope to have you again for our next program. If you have some last words you also want to share with us, we want to hear from you. If you have some last words.
Well, I look forward to all of us putting hands together to make Africa the Africa that we hope for it to be, the great nation, the great continent that it was made to be. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we take leave of you in appreciation, is there any way that we can connect with you to keep the conversation going?
I'm on LinkedIn, Ibiane Ogolo. Yes.
Okay, expect more connections and acceptance. Thank you very much.
Pleasure is mine.
A round of applause. Great, ladies and gentlemen, both online and on site. Gradually, we are making progress, and we are moving on to another session. And before we take a presentation from another great speaker, there will be a video clip that will be shown. So please just involve with your interest and pay an attention. So we're going to take a video clip from sponsored clips, actually, brand case studies, and it's from Agritech, distribution and retail and finance. Enjoy.
I choose to challenge individuals, especially of the older generation who are experienced, to learn from the younger ones, especially in this time of tech, whereby I feel like the younger generation is more tech savvy. I would want to challenge the older generation to unlearn and relearn and learn from the younger generation.
Whoa, did you enjoy that video? Did you identify someone there? You did, right? Do you want to know what she has for you? But before then, probably like I said, you have seen her, you've engaged her, but who is she? What has she been up to over all these years? And let's find out. So she is the CEO and co-founder of Famula, and she is our special guest of honor right all the way from Kenya. A round of applause for her. She drew Kenya to Ghana. Madam Vivian Okondo is an agri-tech entrepreneur with a background in aerospace engineering, software development, software entrepreneurship, and data science. Her journey in the tech has been fast-paced, and this has been intentional on her part. So she studied BSc in aerospace engineering at the Western Michigan University, and this is where she developed her passion for innovative engineering. And She transitioned into software development in 2017. And while working full-time as a software developer, she set up the Moringa School Women in Tech program with the aim of mentoring women looking to get into tech. Are you not excited about that? Oh, a round of applause for her. And ladies and gentlemen, in 2018, after 1 year of mentoring women in tech and developing mobile and web apps, Vivian moved here to Accra, Ghana to learn software entrepreneurship at MEST, Meltwater Entrepreneur School of Technology. She also have a diverse team, and she's the co-founder, just like I said, of Famula, an agri-tech setup that connects fresh produce buyers directly to farmers using technology. This year, she won the 2021 GIZ Women in Agribusiness Agri-Tech Innovation Award. A round of applause, because this award recognizes females providing solutions in the agribusiness value chain through technology. Oh my, this is amazing. We don't just have anybody, but we have, she's someone who coordinates the MasterCard Foundation Alumni Network, where they support young people access work, start or scale their business. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, while she walked to the podium. Show some love, they are jealous. So.
Hi again. Thank you for that introduction. I'm glad everyone is excited, but sadly I won't be presenting on tech. But I'm open to answer any questions anyone might have about my journey or to do with technology. Today I'm in front here to present on attracting funding and investment for your business ideas. So something that was not in my profile is that while at MEST, how many are familiar with MEST? Nice. Yes, so I've lived in Accra before. It's just that the sun, I can't get used to it, but we cope. I lived in Accra 2018, 2019, went through the MEST program, and together with my co-founders, we were able to secure funding from the MEST program for our idea. So we had not yet launched our business. And I'll be able to share my experience, what I have learned. Will I do it the same way? What will I change? All of that. Next slide, please. I wanted to share with all of you some facts that I got online. So normally, to be able to track investors or news on funding, I usually go on different sites. One of my favorite sites is Baobab Network, which I've put the link down there. I can always share the slides with everyone after. And they usually have facts across the continent on funding, investors, startups, and it's very rich data. So West Africa VC investment is booming. And in 2021, West African technology companies secured 1.4 billion USD. That is huge, especially when you're trying to then present your business. These are facts that you should be able to have an idea of so that you know where to place yourself. And we find that this amount is 45.5% of the total investment into African technology. What that says is West Africa takes almost half of the investment that goes into the entire continent. So I feel like all of us in this room, you're in the right region and you're in the right space to be able to secure funding for your business. So companies which currently stand at 3.8 billion over 383 funding rounds. Next. So this is the graph from 2018 to 2021. As you can see, the green part is the entire, the rest of Africa, and the gray part is West Africa. So in 2018, you can see West Africa was a bit behind compared to the rest of the continent, which is understandable because you're connecting North, East, and South and comparing it to West Africa. But with time, you can see that it's almost 50-50, whereby the investment coming into this region, West Africa, is very huge. So then that is good news for everyone looking to get funding. Next slide, please. So as I said, my source, which is still Baobab, this is where I get such data. And the visualization is also like at a glance, you can be able to just see and know what you're looking at. How many can be able to identify any investors on this picture? I can see Y Combinator. How many are familiar with Y Combinator? Yeah. So then, and the rest are other investors who have been able to invest in West Africa in 2021. So 18% proportion of 170 total investors who participated in more than one round in West Africa in 2021. I hope everyone is excited because that is very good news. Next slide. So we find that there are 67 seed stage VC-backed startups in West Africa. I don't know if you can identify any companies there. I'm very familiar with Bezomani. That's one of the companies that came out of MESS during my year, and it's right there. Other than that, we can see that 71.9 million USD was raised over 67 pre-seed and seed stage funding round in West Africa in 2021. So this is a really good time to be in this space or to want to get into the entrepreneurship space in this region. Next slide. So I've also added the link where all this data can be accessed, and I can share my decks. So anyone interested, just let me know after this. So now I'll go into some of the facts and some of my learnings. Next slide. Some of the main investors that you might have heard of, like categories of investors, or might have come across, are angel investors or an accelerator, like the MESS program that I went through. The one that I'm really loving right now, after my experience, is bootstrapping, and I'll tell you more about that later. At the bank, I didn't define that because it's a traditional way of accessing financing, and we're all familiar with that. So you find that angel investors are individuals who provide capital for a business startup, usually in exchange for convertible debt or ownership of equity. And maybe you guys can be thinking of the pros and cons. I'll touch on a few, but those are maybe things we can share when we're networking. And then we find accelerators. They provide intensive and time-limited business support for cohorts of startups, aiming to get them ready for investment more quickly. Briefly, the MESS program, what you do is you go and you learn how to communicate, be able to pitch, you get some business training, and then you get some technological training. At the end of the program, then the team decides whether they like your idea or it's viable and whether they want to invest. So that is the kind I'm talking about right now, the accelerator. And then bootstrapping. Bootstrapping is a situation in which an entrepreneur starts a company with little capital, relying on money other than outside investments. I'm really liking bootstrapping right now because it gives me flexibility to then gain enough traction on my other businesses before I can seek external investment. What that does for me is it gives me a leverage, it gives me an upper hand. When I'm approaching an investor and I have traction, I can get a better deal as opposed to just approaching an investor with an idea. And that's understandable because the investor is also taking a risk, investing in an idea. So the more the risk, the more the equity they might ask for. But if you have traction and you've proven that your idea works, you have leverage to then bargain them down and get a good deal. That's why I'm really for bootstrapping right now. So next slide, we have types of investments or investors also on this slide. Competitions, you can enter competitions and be able to win some prize money. Grants, we're all familiar with grants, whereby if you're running a sustainable business or a socially impactful business, you can be able to apply for grants and access them. And then there is incubator funding, where a business incubator is a company that helps new and startup companies to develop by providing services such as management training or office space. And you find from these incubation spaces, like when I was working as a software developer, we used to have pitch days. Like every Friday, you could pitch your idea. Different investors were coming into the incubation space. And if they found your business to be viable for them, they would invest. And then there's venture capitalists. Venture capital is a form of private equity financing that is provided by venture capital firms to fund startups, early stage and emerging companies. So then this could be either in form of like a debt, or they could also ask for equity. So it depends. And I'll touch a bit on what you can exchange in turn get funds. So it's not only equity. Next slide. Things you need to know before you even decide you want to then start looking for an investor. Need to know your business inside and out and the stage at which your business is at. Because different rounds raise different amounts of money, and you can only be aware of where to place your business if you know your business inside and out. So there are three main stages. There's the formation stage of a business, validation stage, and the growth stage, right? So this is just high level. We could always dissect this further, but because of time, I had to summarize. You find that formation stage, you are ideating or you're forming a team, and at the same time, you're trying to define your business. So this is where our business was at when we accessed funding from MEST. And you find that at this stage, the investor is the one taking more risk. So he can be able to really negotiate and get a good deal more than might not be favorable to the business itself. So that's the downside. At validation stage, here you have a bit of an edge because you already have a product or you already have like a business model that's functioning. You have some traction, and you are then able to tell the investor, I've been able to do this much by myself. I need this amount of money to proceed, grow my business. And what you're trying to pitch is, I know my business, I've been able to do this by myself, but this is the amount of equity I'm willing to part with. And you could always walk away if it's not right for your business. And then we have the growth stage. And this is where people raise different rounds, could be multiple rounds, because now at this stage, you're trying to then get partnerships, collaborations, or grow your business either vertically, horizontally, or in different regions. Thank you. Next slide. So knowing your business, as I mentioned, will then inform you on why you're raising, what you're willing to give in exchange for investment, which investor matches your round. So you find different investors either invest in a particular region, number one, or beyond that, they can then target depending on the sector you're in. So not every investor is right for you. That's why you need to know your business and the stage it's at. And then it can also inform when you should start raising. If you decide to raise today, it might take you 6 months, 9 months before you secure an investor. So it's not an overnight thing. So these are the things you have to think about before actually taking the steps to start looking for investors. Next slide. So there are various reasons why different people want to raise funds. It could be to start up, so capital to start your business. It could be that you're looking to expand, or maybe to hire, because there comes a point where your business gets to a stage you can't be able to execute alone. So you need help. And at this point, you need to hire, you need to be able to pay people's salaries. And then there's also the fact that if your business is a business that stores inventory, you need to be able to purchase inventory. That's another reason why you could raise. Maybe to do some research, R&D, right? So maybe you're in the space where people are still trying to figure out that space. I see a lot of funding right now going into areas like machine learning, AI. So then, yeah, R&D, if your business is in that sector, that could be another reason you're raising. If you need machinery or equipment, you could raise. And then if you're looking to refinance existing loans, That's also another reason to raise. Next, please. There are different types of funds that you can raise are either equity funding, you can get loans, we heard about that earlier, or convertible debt, which I'll touch more into this only because I found out about it after I had started my business. And I was just like, why didn't I know about this earlier? So equity funding is like the funding we got, whereby that means you exchange money with an investor for them to get a stake in your company. And then moving on, you could then do that with other investors if you need more money. So we are all familiar with loans, whereby this is the easiest, right? But then easy if you have records to be able to show things like bank statements, just to show history of your finances. People don't just give out loans just like that. And then we have convertible debt. I love the idea of convertible debt because this is a mashup of a debt and equity. So you borrow money from an investor within an understanding that the loan will be repaid at a certain time. If not, then they will then receive equity. And it's very safe because if your business is doing what you're saying it's doing, you should be able to pay back the loan. But it's safe because you can then give out equity if you're not able to pay by the agreed time. Next. Investors look for the following when they're looking to invest in a company. So you have to have hard, solid data. What I mean by this is traction. If you say you have X number of clients who are bringing in a monthly recurring revenue of Y, that should show. And you should have it in records, and these should be tangible records that the investor can go through. If you have a unique idea, these are for companies that are looking to raise at idea stage. Your idea has to be unique, and the value proposition has to also be very unique and viable. And then investors are looking for a strong narrative, as opposed to pitching and saying, I have an idea whereby I want to create an application that can make people be able to move from A to B. You put it in a narrative. Currently, people are finding it difficult to easily access transport from A to B. I'm looking to provide convenience for them. So when you make it a narrative and the investor can be able to put themselves in that situation, they're more likely to have a follow-up conversation with you. They're more likely to be sold of your idea as opposed to if you pitched it as a statement. So then they're also looking for like business readiness. Is your company ready? Are you cash positive? Such things. And then the last thing is when you're pitching, especially the part of revenue, an investor is able to calculate, if I invest this amount, after how long am I looking to get back my returns? And when do I then start seeing the profits from this investment? So you have to be very clear when you're approaching an investor, and all these things must come clearly. Last slide, please. So this is my last slide, and then I can take questions. So this slide is just tips from my experience, having got an investment. If you can avoid raising at idea stage, I would strongly suggest you do that, unless it really, really makes sense for you. So really think it through. How much equity are you giving away? How much money are you getting? If you're looking to do like a product market fit, will that money enable you do that? And the equity you're giving, will that be safe? Because if you're approaching a second investor and you've given away 50% of your company, that's a red flag. The conversation won't even start. And then founder dynamics is a real thing. Going through MESS and starting companies with friends, we really found out later that we each had to have our visions aligned, right? So all of you have to be sold for the vision. As much as your friends, if you're not sold for the vision, it's really hard to execute. And even beyond that, there are things inside our founders' relationship that come into play when you're running a business, especially during the hard times, right? So if your founder is not a fit, then there'll be friction, and then the company won't move as smoothly as it should. And then investor due diligence. So this I didn't know until I started running my company, that you're supposed to check your investor, which companies have they invested in? Do they hold up their end of the bargain? Are they like trustworthy? What are their reasons for investing in you? Do they understand your vision? Because then they start imposing things that you did not even expect to be doing in your company, only because there was a mismatch between an investor and a founder of a company. Then there's the agreement. So when you get an investor, you sign an agreement. Make sure that agreement has consequences for the investor when they don't follow through with what they promise. Most of the time it doesn't. And I'm glad I'm here today to share this, because I didn't hear this before taking money from an investor. So I'm really, really excited to share these tips. And then the last one is reach out to experienced venture partners. If you know investors who've invested in companies that have done well, reach out to those companies and learn what they're doing that's working. And you can also feel free to reach out to investors and get advice, especially during that period where you're looking to raise. Thank you, everyone. And at this point, as I take questions, I would want to, anyone who has questions, and then, yeah, I'll be on stage to answer them. Okay. Questions, please. Wow, don't give me hard questions. Also, I don't know any financing, so we're safe.
Okay, so my question is, I've witnessed quite a few startups desperately in need of investors. Therefore, they go into giving out a huge amount of their company out to investors. So what advice would you give to startups and founders or CEOs of companies that are just starting up and doing quite well, but they do need investors to sustain the company? What advice would you give them to not go in there and out of desperation really give out huge sums of or huge shares of their company just for something that, you know, maybe they have taken their time or done their research, or maybe even waited just a bit? They could have maybe found a better investor or gotten more out than the investor getting more out of their company.
Thank you for that question. I love this question only because either way, if you really desperately need funds, whichever route you go, you learn, right? I had to learn the hard way, but now I've learned. With my other businesses, I'm really taking my time before I take any investor's money. So with that said, I hear what you're saying. We can't then say that if you're starting up, you might not need funds. There are companies that actually do need funds. Let me paint a picture, everyone. I once saw a program where a Kenyan company were pitching and they accepted to take $50,000 for 50% of their company. So it's that serious, right? So if you find someone like that, what I would advise is, and I will share a document because I usually save links. I have data on different platforms that you can explore. And throughout the year, they either give loans or it's a competition where you can get money, or even beyond that, it's a program that you can jump on and access some funding that you don't have to give out your equity. The funding might be that as little as 50,000, but if you're giving out 0% of your company, it's safer that way. So there are other platforms out there that people can jump on. And the safe one that I keep insisting on is bootstrapping, but we also have to remember that we are in Africa, and you find that a lot of people, it's hard for them to bootstrap, right? So then it's not easy as saying go bootstrap. Some find it hard to bootstrap. But something else I've seen people do is they work and then they use their salary to invest into their business. So you could either go that route of getting a job or like a consultation, taking that money, investing in your business, or there are platforms I'll share with everyone where you can check out different programs that have funding and they run annually. And then the last one is bootstrapping. I hope I answered your question.
Great one. I would like to ask my question in your presentation. So at the point where you said the young entrepreneur could approach companies that have good investors and could ask them what they are doing right. What are the right approaches to use in terms of getting such information? Thank you.
Nice. I love that. And I feel like just a brief story. I met Madam Tokumbo through LinkedIn, and we worked together for the longest time before we met in person. So I feel like young people should not be afraid to ask, because I think that's something we shy away from, just asking. The worst that could happen is get a no. But what I will do is approach it professionally. So don't go like you're charging at them or you want to get the ins and outs of their company. Even I would be scared, right? Be professional about it. Take it easy. And yeah, you could approach people on different platforms like LinkedIn. I've seen it work severally, where you just start a conversation and then you can go and say, I'm looking to start working with XY investor. What would you advise? Because I've seen you've worked with them. I don't think that's something someone would be hiding or wouldn't want to share, unless I'm wrong, guys.
Oh, we're actually done, but let me just take this very last, then we can move on to the other session. So who should I give the opportunity? You
So mine is a follow-up question to Miss Edmund's point. At what point should you, as a young entrepreneur, give up for investors? Because you see, some of us, we are in the early stage and have a little knowledge and idea about this investor thing. But you see, people will be coming up like they see your business is promising and they would want to come in. But you be like, please, no, I'm not ready. But then on a second thought, you be like, could this work? Or so when, like at what stage as a young entrepreneur, should you give up for investors to come and support your business?
Thank you for that question.
Before you answer, I think she still wants to ask. So let me just give her the very last grace, okay?
Mine isn't a question. It's an add-on to what she said concerning the bootstrapping. I am a classical example of that case. I've had to bootstrap right from 2012 till now. In 2019, my business center got demolished. Everything went down the drain. And I still went back to the principle of bootstrapping. In her case, for instance, at an early stage, I think you shouldn't consider an investor because they may give you very little for your worth. So what you can do, if somebody gives an order, make sure you take a certain percentage of the total cost of what you have to offer. And then out of that money, you produce. For now, you can decide not to pay attention to it.
Thank you for that contribution. On to the question of what stage should you give up on looking for investment? Unless I'm not that experienced, to be honest, the first thing that comes to mind is don't give up. But what you could be doing in the meantime is building. What I mean by that is you find that for my company, we have a lot of press online. So that's how even investors are able to approach us as opposed to us approaching them, right? So get into the habit of putting word out, getting your work out there, provide people with visibility on what you're doing, especially as you put it. If it's something that's very viable, at some point, investors will be the one approaching you, right? So then in the meantime, keep hitting at it. Make sure you have visibility online. What I mean by that is blogs, right? Blogs are very open to write about startups that are doing well, especially in the African ecosystem. And then beyond that, get into the habit of networking. So this is a good platform to start with because we have these sessions with every meetup and such questions come up and you find that in future, we then might start inviting potential investors. Now you can start having conversations with them. The last thing I want to tell you is learn, right? So if there are people who've gone before you and they've raised, learn what they're doing that you might emulate, right? And also have conversations. So the networking plays a big role. If you're looking to raise, say this is 2020, by 2021, if your company is still where it was, then you are not growing, you're not making learnings, it's even hard for an investor to take you seriously. So regardless of whether you've acquired an investor or not, keep growing, provide people with visibility on what you're doing, and learn. I hope that helps.
Yes, indeed, it helps. A round of applause, people. Madam Vivian, that was, yeah, you can go then. Bring your people, okay? I know you have a question, but pardon?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. So while we've talked about funding, I would like to chip this in. For most of us who are here, I'm sure you've heard about the MasterCard Foundation strategy for entrepreneurs, which is the Young Africa Works program. If you haven't heard about it, you should check it online and read more about it. So they are providing jobs for 30 million Africans, and they are supporting entrepreneurs with funding opportunities. So I just decided to mention this. If you are an entrepreneur here and you need funding opportunity, you could check the Young Africa Works program out. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the sisterhood we've been talking about. You know, you have an idea, you have an opportunity, you share it before you leave. Someone else may need that very much. Okay. So far, so great. For me, it's so far so better because we started on a very good note. And so gradually we will be closing the curtain very soon, but we've moved to another different, session, and this is going to be a panel session. Conversations will be held here, and your questions as well are welcomed. So we are going to have a panel conversation still on the same topic of attracting funding investment for your business, but this panel discussion focal point will be on agriculture, manufacturing, distribution and retail, finance, and most importantly, media, because we need their communication. And I have two great panelists, and the person who will moderate this panel is already seated. A round of applause for her, Madam Vivian Opondo. She will be doing the moderation, but I will welcome my panelists. And I start with Madam Esther Ama Asante. A round of applause for her. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just anybody. She is commonly known as Esty. Oh my, oh my. So that's Esty there. And she's an award-winning entrepreneur and the founder, owner, and CEO of two successful online businesses, the Virtual Logistics Solutions and the Organic Trade and Investments. This powerhouse entrepreneur has been honored with a number of recognitions, and one includes in 2018, she received the Best Female E-Commerce Entrepreneur Award. I mean, that's the time to show some love because you just didn't get anybody on the panel. And also in 2020 March, she was the only Ghanaian to be conferred the African Global Trade and Investment in Excellence Awards for Trade and Investment Facilitation Excellence. Oh my, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next person. You can see the seats are matched, right? We have in our midst a very, 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 very resourceful lady, young lady, she called herself here. She is in the person of Madam or Miss Edma Ohima Lawe, and she is a vibrant French young lady of the Ghanaian descent who is highly talented and passionate about the oil and gas industry, politics, TV presenting, charity works, and fashion. She is the founder of U Global, and she's also a presenter at Max MX24GH. Ladies and gentlemen, I think she deserves a round of applause because you have no idea. Over the years, she has been involved in promoting entrepreneurship among the young people in Ghana, and this she does through her blog. So every week she picks the best entrepreneur of the week, and then she will publish their businesses on her blog free of charge. Oh, Charlie, that goes very global. And so that's what she does in supporting young entrepreneurs all over. And lastly, what I want to say about her is that Edma is stimulated with ambition and confidence that strives to make an impact in the oil and gas industry, the political sector, the entertainment industry by using education as her main source of enforcement to inspire young women and every individual around the world. Panelists and Madam Moderator, have a great time. We can't wait to hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. Hi, everyone. So for this panel, I want to make it as interactive as possible. Have any questions, note them down. We'll take them after. So I'll hand it over to my guests. We have Esther and Edmam, EE. Yeah. So then, is it safe to say you're in the agricultural space, you're in the oil and gas industry, also media? Wow, guys, we have a lot going on here today. I feel like the questions will be very vast, and we are welcoming them. My first question to both of you would be, Gigi, is there anything you want to say after the introduction? Did they leave anything out? No. Okay, you're satisfied, comfortable. Cool. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I've had conversations with Esther before, but that's online. That's why I encourage people to just ask and approach people. No one will ever bite you. You're fine. So over to you, Esther, and then Edma. My first question is, what are some of the challenges that you faced as entrepreneurs in your spaces that were brought about during the COVID time?
For me?
Yes, you can go first and then Esther.
So basically, I am into the oil and gas sector. That's basically what I was doing in the UK prior to me moving to Ghana. I moved to Ghana to work as an expert for an oil and gas company. And eventually when my contract terminated, I decided to stay in Ghana because it's home and I liked it. And I like home, I like it here. I don't know if my mic is loud enough. What do you guys want me to talk louder? Okay, so eventually I decided to stay in Ghana, and by luck, or I would say it was an opportunity that I took, I ventured into media. So I started reading the news, hosting lifestyle shows, and right now I am a morning show host. But one thing that I could say affected the media sector or the oil and gas sector was obviously, it was a pandemic. And if you are involved in a sector that demands several individuals to make something work, then you know that it had a major impact. Certain sectors, you wouldn't really feel the impact in the sense that you can probably work from home or work on your computers or something like that. But then with the oil and gas sector, it really affected us in terms of price, services, consultancy, and all of that. I remember in January, I was trying to close a deal, a servicing deal, between two companies, one in Brazil and one in Dubai. And unfortunately, because of COVID and the impact it had on both businesses, we could not close the deal and we had to put on standby. And then the oil price also just skyrocketed and everybody was like, no, we are not ready for any form of business. So that's what COVID did to the oil and gas sector. But then when it comes to the media sector, eventually we are lucky in a sense that it's on TV. well, I work on TV, so I'm a presenter, so I can speak for my behalf. But we had to obviously split the team in a sense that one group or one batch will work for week A, and then another batch will work week B, just to minimize the amount of contact and the amount of people coming into the office. When it comes to the impact that it had on it, I wouldn't say that it had that much influence or impact on the business, in the sense that from a presenter point of view, in the sense that luckily for us, we had enough resources, and the company that I used to work for, we had enough resources in the sense that it didn't lay off any workers. People could still remain at the respective position and still do whatever they need to do as presenters, as resource person, as a production team, technical team. They could still maintain the position. But COVID had an impact around globally. I mean, it was a pandemic, so it had an influence in everything that we do. Even I remember, because during the lockdown, I had to still go to work. And I remember one time I was just driving to work, and they stopped me and they were like, hey, where's your ID card? And I said, I don't have it yet, but hopefully I'll have it today. And they're like, no, go back, turn around, go back. So I had to call my general manager. She had to come in and, eventually speak to the policeman, and I was able to go to work. So these were kind of the few things that, for my sector, these are the few things that COVID, influenced or impacted negatively when it comes to my sector. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. We can hear a lot of pricing, having to move teams around, challenges around that. And thank you for sharing how you were able to, your team was able to do like a workaround or come up with solutions. So Esther, from hearing what Edmar is saying, are you seeing any similarities in your sector of the challenges? And what were some of the workarounds that your team was able to implement, given that you are in the agricultural export sector?
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. You hear me? Okay, great. So the experience is different from Edmar. The reason being that I cannot talk for other companies in agribusiness, but talking for my company. Organic Trade Investment, we started as an agri-tech company. Yeah, and this is where, thanks to the program we had with GIZ, I got in touch with you, and congratulations once again. My company came first, second. Next time, I hope I'll be first.
You're fine. Thank you.
So, no, Organic Trade Investment, the main concept was an e-commerce tech company. And we are combining agriculture with technology. And as I speak, we work with 12,000 farmers across Africa, 5,000 of them in Ghana, 1,200 of them in Burkina Faso. And all the staff have always been working from the comfort of their homes. So I'm very virtual. And when I was asked to come here, I was like, oh my God, this is a new project for me tomorrow. I have to book everything. But no, I have one of my workers here, my colleague, Seraphine. Yeah, she's our digital content developer. And most of our people, workers, are working from home, like I said. So COVID was actually an eye-opener for my competitors, whilst it was the platform for us to maneuver and to lead the sector. When COVID started, I remember back in 2000, it was in October, I heard the news in China, the program was there. The first thing we did, because internally we had an emergency response plan, and we quickly then called for a meeting, and we understood that, okay, what is maybe going to impact us will be production. So we quickly put in place measures, meaning running shifts with the people who will be on field. And so we identified, because Organic Trade Investment, we didn't just wake up one night and we created it. Just by the way, I fell 4 times before today I'm here. to be a successful person, it goes with failures. Don't feel ashamed to fall. Okay, before you can walk, you have to fall. Otherwise, you can't fly, right? So the point here is that we understood right from the beginning what would really the product that people would need during COVID. And one of them were essential products. And we had the product in Ghana, aloe vera gel. And this is where we embarked on another campaign to change people's mindset. During one of the discussions, we heard that people are not confident enough in African products. It's we, the producers, we put that in the mind unknowingly because you tell them, okay, I'm doing anything anyhow because it's for the local market. This is something we did, changing people's mindset. If you go online and you see some of the brands that we have on my website, the first thing people ask me, is it made in Ghana? You get my point. So we learn to really look the future. So COVID was really a platform, like I would say, that helped us boost sales. By the way, overnight we boosted by 1,300%.
Congratulations.
Just like that. Because we were an online company and there was no way other people can get access to the product just by going online, you know. And we have already put together the logistics, the people working with us, they are working by shifts. And then you have those people who do the packaging and everything. So all the measures were already put in place.
Nice. Your contribution, I've learned a thing or two. Emergency response. That's a new one for me. Maybe we do it, I just didn't call it that. But any entrepreneurs out there have an emergency response. But you also mentioned that apart from that, your team still had to go back to the drawing board and understand the benefits or the opportunities that presented themselves during that period, and you were able to leverage on them. So I think that's a very good point, in that when we are going through trying times like COVID, identify the opportunities that come with that situation and be able to leverage off of them. Back to you, Edma. We've heard from Esther, one thing that really saved them is the fact that they are an agri-tech company. So technology came into play, and they were really able to excel using technology as a team, as a company. From either media or oil, what is your experience with using technology in those spaces? And what are some of the pluses you've seen?
Well, I think when it comes to technology, I mean, we can mention a few and say that these programs or these apps or these softwares really helped us during COVID. For example, the use of Zoom. Back in the days, I would request a face-to-face interview or a face-to-face meeting with whoever client I'm meeting. We will have to do it face-to-face because to me, I felt like it was more of a traditional way of getting to know the person, seeing if the person is genuine, you know, seeing the person is sincere, feeling that, okay, me and you can work together because we've met face-to-face and our personalities do match or does not match. So now having to use technology such as Zoom to have your meetings and talking to people across the world just to basically finalize something, it was a more innovative way of now applying technology to what I was doing, to basically now saying that, okay, do you know what, it can be done. And we don't necessarily have to meet face to face, but we can do certain things or speak through technology to basically get our points across, and also making sure that we move forward from there. And when it comes to the media space, I mean, media, we use technology already, yes. So we didn't really have to do much, but like I said, maybe implementing other things that are creating more awareness and letting people know that there are things out there that now you can use for your businesses and for you as an entrepreneur, that you can use to empower yourself or make your business better if you didn't know. So I think from the media part of it, it was just creating awareness and putting the information out there for people to know that, okay, there are other means and ways for my business to still run itself, even though we've been impacted by COVID. But yeah, so I think basically just doing things virtually, You know, I remember there was a concert that we did, and usually we do that concert with a lot of people. And for the first time, we did it virtually. So all the artists came in studio one by one. They would perform, and then we were streaming online and people were watching it. So one thing that I know that most media houses are now doing as well is streaming online, because they know that people are moving from traditional ways of watching TV at home, because everybody's busy nowadays. Nobody has time to sit in front of a TV for 5 hours and, you know, be watching programs. So one thing that I know that people started investing more, media houses started investing more into, was streaming. So now if you notice that media houses are streaming on Facebook, streaming on Twitter, and streaming on YouTube as well. I didn't even know that you could stream on Twitter. I found out last year that you could actually stream on Twitter. So I think these are some of the innovative ways that media houses have implemented to reach more people and make sure that people are connected with them. And when it comes to, for example, the oil and gas industry as well, it did really impact us. I mean, that COVID really, and I speak from my own point of view, it really did impact us. But for example, as a servicing company, my company, what we now shifted our attention to is how to now educate or how to help oil and gas businesses now grow or come out of the impact of COVID. So consulting. So if you're basically just an ordinary servicing company, what you could do is that you could probably go to Petroleum Commission and tell them that you want to tweak your license and basically add consultancy into it. So doing that, you're also consulting and helping companies nationally or internationally who have been impacted by COVID-19 to come out of the impact. And I think that was one of the ways that we also cushioned or innovated ourselves as a business to help people.
Nice. I couldn't agree more. Zoom really came into play for almost everyone. Nowadays, when someone asks me to meet, I have to confirm, are we meeting physically or virtually? Because it's really become a thing. And then, yes, also you find that streaming, as she mentioned, nowadays people have to buy, if you're buying a telly, it has to be a smart TV, because clearly no one is really, really jumping on the traditional media as before. So there's something you've mentioned along the lines of, as media as a space has always been using technology. I agree, but you've also mentioned some of the things that had to come into play, things like using other platforms to then reach the masses. So my question to Esther is, because our company, we found that during that time, since we were not mobile, we had to leverage a lot of partnerships. So we had to virtually partner with individuals who are in different areas to be able to keep our company going. What has the role of partnership played in your company before COVID, during COVID, after COVID? Has it been the same? Has it increased the partnerships? Have you seen more value in it?
Thank you. So I think that as a company, an e-commerce company, the main focus was doing business online. And PR is essential for the company, in the sense that whatever we are doing, we have this already, the mindset that it's not a face-to-face thing. So whatever you are putting out there, it's a brand you are creating awareness. It's number one. So whatever we put in there, it's everything is online, which tool we need to use to meet or to reach more people. So we have YouTube, you have it's not like I love being on social media. It's about the fact that what narratives I'm putting out there, creating awareness. That's number one. Number two, by so doing, you sell, because it's an e-commerce, it's a platform. And then also partnership, it's a core tool of organic trade investment. We started the business in 2015. That was the concept. Then it's only in 2017 it was registered. And you asked me, what were you doing between 2015 and 2017? I was learning to walk, basically. I fell, you get up, you get slapped, and you get up again. And 2019, this is really where I started my business, wetting myself and making sales. During that moment, you learn that first and foremost, you have to, as a person, assess yourself, fix yourself before you fix the system you are putting in place to be sustainable. And then the people you work with, they will break you or make you. So the platform and partnership, where that's where partnership comes in. When we started with one country, we had, by the way, I start OTI with 50 Ghana cedis. It's not about money, it's about strategy. You have the markets, you have the clients. How do then get between both and you make it happen? So from there, then it becomes market retention. And that is where the systems, the internal control systems and everything you put in place starts. And to be in business, then you start about looking into partnership. It's not just about today, it's tomorrow. So sometimes it can take longer period of time to get one client. But then the thing is, the relationship you have with that client, it's so strong that it's impossible for them to leave you. So partnership is something. And at OTI, it's not only about partnership, it's more than that, it's co-competition. You can be my competitor. If I really need to move ahead and make the client feel comfortable, I'm not afraid to walk at the door and say, hey, I need your help. And we have to sign a contract. You become part of us, but you have to understand what are my terms and conditions and what I need you to do to meet the needs of my client. So partnership is clear in my company. It's number one of them. Without partnership, we wouldn't have been able to today ship to 42 countries, have 7 offices across the world. And these 7 offices, it's not me there, it's the representatives who are there.
Nice. So from shipping, from starting with one region to with 50 cities, now she's shipping to 42 countries. I feel like that's huge in my opinion. So for those who are asking, when do you give up on funding? Get your 50 cities and just start. Eh? With that said, Esther has dropped a lot of gems that I would want to echo. Yes, the 2-year mark for a business, that's something people look at. There are investors who will not have a conversation with you until you go past the 2-year mark. So get starting, do your groundwork, don't be frustrated. The first 2 years are usually the trying years, and then move from there. Something else you've shared is it's not competition, it's co-competition, is it? Wow. We learn something new every day on these platforms. I love the idea of co-competition, only because especially in the agricultural space, you find that there's lack of visibility of what the others are doing, similar solutions popping up, solving the same thing. So always looking at each other as competition as opposed to looking at lines of collaboration. So that's a good one. I'm taking that with me. I'll say I coined it. Don't tell anyone. Moving on to Edmond, I would want to know what is one thing that is priceless that in your sector you've been able to learn, especially during the pandemic, right? So have you had to unlearn something and learn something new? And what's that one thing?
One thing that I definitely learned is how to change with time. Time comes with innovation, and if you're a business person or if you're a young entrepreneur, especially a young entrepreneur, because one thing that I think people get confused is a business person and an entrepreneur. These are 2 different things. So if you're an entrepreneur, let me use that word, you would know how to find the loopholes and eventually fill it in. So one thing that I've learned is innovation and how to change with time, and how time comes with so many different things, and how to
put strategies in place that will fit your business at that particular time. I remember I was speaking to my partner, and then he was like, you know what, the way we were doing business 10 years ago is not the way we're doing business nowadays. So if you still have a very archaic mindset of how to do business, and that comes a lot with mentorship. Sometimes you find you look up to somebody so much that you would go under the person who is maybe in the late 60s, late 70s, and they would teach you things that they did successfully in their time. And then you feel like, okay, do you know what? Let me apply those things to my business in the 21st century, and it's not working for you. And you feel like, do you know what? I'm sick and tired of being mentored because whatever my mentor said to me is not applying to my job. It's just, it's not wrong. It's just that what they said to you, they did it 10 or 15 years ago. And if you try to apply it to your business in the 21st century or nowadays, while we are going through a pandemic, it's not going to work for you. So being able to change your business and being up to date with innovation as well is very key. It's something that I've learned during the time of this pandemic, and how small the world is. You would be surprised how connected and how one thing can bring everybody together and can separate everybody at the same time. So learning that, okay, do you know what? If I am into e-commerce, for example, if I'm into agriculture, if I have an NGO, if I'm into the oil and gas sector, you need to learn that, do you know what? No matter what I do in my country, and you feel like no, it's not going to affect anybody else, best believe that when something happens, something as big as the pandemic happens, it will affect your neighbor, and eventually whatever your neighbor is doing is also going to affect you. And I think that's what we learn that's what we learn every single day in the world of oil and gas. And I don't even want to get into it when it comes to renewable energy and how people want to venture into renewable energy because they know the impact of fossil fuel and greenhouse emission. But then innovation, change, adapting to your now time or your nowadays time, and making sure that you tweak your business, and do not be afraid to tweak your business. I know that we all have a business plan. We all have something that we started with and we want to stick by it. And this is how my business should be. These are my goals. These are my values. But sometimes you have to change your values because time has changed. So that's basically what I've learned.
Yes. Everyone, this is really key. Be innovative. I know a lot of companies that COVID affected them and they're no more, only because they were not able to adapt, which is what Edma is really, really stressing. So we are in the day and time, whether COVID is there or not, you have to be innovative. You have to be able to adapt. So adaptability is key. And yes, we can still learn from other business people who went ahead of us, but how you then tweak that to fit the day and time we're in really matters. Thank you for that, Edma. As I ask Esther our last question, any questions from the audience should now be coming our way. So yes, we are getting ready for all of you. Esther, hearing what Edma is saying, is there anything, this is not to do with your business. We've really discussed your business. I'm still smiling at competition, guys. With your day-to-day, is there a practice that you are solid with and you keep practicing it the same way that has really helped your business? And have you had to tweak it because of COVID?
Okay. No, I think what I needed to appreciate was myself. And this is what we miss as a person. Appreciate. Yeah, you hear me now. Perfect. Merci. So I'm saying what I needed to do, it was appreciate myself. Because most people, you are in business, you are doing so many things, and you are in front of the mirror, you look at yourself in the mirror, it's like, am I good enough? Then you go out there and people are cheering you, yeah, you were good, man, keep it up. And you are like, oh, I don't think so. But then at some point, you need, the only person who is going to make this happen is yourself. So until you appreciate who you are no more, and no one can help you to do that. So this is something that I really learned to do, and unlearn certain things also, that you think without a box. Have no box. And then the sky is not your limit. It's the floor. Thank you, miss. It's the floor where you maneuver. You stand on it and you shake yourself, man, and you say, yeah, baby, I'm making it. That's it.
Wow, the sky is your floor, everyone. The sky is your floor. So then we can take questions from the audience.
Sure.
Yeah.
They are so ready for you.
Madam Esther, please. I just want to know during the time you were failing in your business, what was inspiring you like to move on?
Okay. I come from a family where taking no is not an answer. Okay. And my dad, I think it's my upbringing. I was raised in France. So you have some kind of character if you heard my accent. Sorry. And the thing here, I came back and I saw that we have beautiful things. And for me, is if you heard the song, The Man in the Mirror, you are the man in the mirror. You change what you need to change. You want to change in the system. And I did not ask government to change it because who are government? It's you, me. We are all government. And I knew that the path I was taking, I'll be perhaps alone until you have someone who will trust in you and follow you. But you have to get this strong character from the beginning. Believe in yourself. Believe that what you have there is beautiful and you are going to make it. Let me speak my broken tree. Ethiopia. Okay. Don't listen to anyone. So the thing here is when other people were telling me you can't make it, it was their reality. I saw myself where I was going. Yes, there were pits. And today, as a coach, I tell people, don't go here. I fell in that pit. Let me just cover it for you. Now you can work on it. And that is what we need to do as women and men in business.
Great. The next question.
This is to ST. First of all, I want to say that you're amazing. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, this is to ST. First of all, I want to say you're amazing. I admire you so much. And secondly, my question, looking at your experiences, your setbacks, and your success. Hello. Please, can you hear me now? Okay. Hello. Is it better? Hello. Okay. Looking at your experiences, your setbacks and success, what would you what is one thing you wish you knew before starting your business?
Maybe cultural shock. I was raised in France, like I said. So for me is, I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. That's the point. It's not like I'm on my way coming and the person is now taking his shower. I wished I would have understood the mindset of other people around me then. Then I would take my distance. So today is knowing people, because whoever I'm now I'm working with, like I said, the people you work with will break you or make you. Okay. So now when I'm talking to someone or I am working with somebody, you have to take a personality test. It's not that I'm judging you. It's for me, myself. I'm very choleric and I'm born again anyway, thank God. So as a choleric person, sometimes you say things bluntly like, what you did is not good enough, but it was not the intention to make you cry. And most people I work with, they are the feeling type. So once you take a personality test and I know, okay, this person is a feeling type again, So let me say what you did, maybe it wasn't that way, instead of telling you it was crap, you know. So the thing is personality. I needed to understand more. And I think, yeah, now I would say I know it, maybe 20%, still 80% to go.
And just to contribute to what Esther just said, when we talk about culture shock, I mean, I had that when I first moved to Ghana, and I'm French, by the way, so française. Okay, so when I actually moved to Ghana, the culture shock, the difference when it comes to working environment, it was serious for me. I mean, I'll call my mom every single now and then, crying to her, telling her that I don't think I can do this. And I think it was mainly because of this whole, because the company I used to work for had a lot of elderly people. And the fact that I was at a higher position than they were, they felt like, who are you, this small girl with your wig and your makeup, coming to boss me around, you know? It's like, please don't tell me what to do. Even though, yes, you are at a higher position, I'm older than you, so you can't really tell me what to do. So that culture shock and the difference in work ethics from where I was from, it was just crazy for me. But then getting used to the system and getting used to working with people here in Ghana, I noticed that it's not even just about the different culture in terms of me being from a Western country and or growing up in a Western country and moving back to Ghana. I learned that it's also very ethical. For example, if you have a business and you are starting the business in a greater Accra region and you're from the Ashanti region, for example, it's up to you to get to know the people from the greater Accra region, just because they would definitely have a different culture from the Ashantis. If you want to maybe go and open a rice farm, for example, in a Western region, you need to understand how the Western region people work before you now go there and say, you know what, I'm opening a business or I'm farming in the Western region. If you do not do that, the culture or ethical shock will destroy your business. And people don't really find the need to understand the people at the geographical area when it comes to where the business is situated. They feel like, oh, let me just open a business or let me just establish a business in a greater Accra region, employ people without getting to actually know who they are. And best believe it, like Esther said, it will go against you in the long run because you haven't taken that time to get to know how the people in that particular region work and understand things. And you might think it's your fault. You might think they are not believing in your aim, or you might think they're not understanding your value as a person or as the company's value. But best believe it's just because you have not taken time to go out there to understand how the people in that particular community or society or region work. I just wanted to contribute to what Esther said there. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have another question.
Hello. Okay, so my name is Erica, and I started an ushering agency when I was in level 200. Okay, it's actually for, the question is, I actually need an advice. Okay, so I started an ushering agency when I was in level 200. I remember in school, I just finished the university. In school, you know, you meet men, you go for programs, you meet men and you need help. They want to come at you, that kind of thing. So I decided to do something for myself. And I was doing ushering. I was working for another company as well, even when I was in school. So after my national service this year, they told me because I have an ushering agency, they can't employ me because, and I've been with them for 4 years, and so they didn't employ me because I have an ushering agency. And right now I have this fear in me, like I don't know if, I feel like events don't come like every day. So I don't know if I should apply for a job somewhere and do the ushering like a side thing. I don't know. And I love the ushering too, but my fear is that what if I don't get events every day? If I make the ushering full time and I don't get events every day, like what am I going to do? So I just need an advice.
So sorry, I didn't get your name. What was your name?
Erica.
Erica. Hi, Erica. So my advice to you will be that, I mean, it's very important to let
your employers know, and I got this from Emmeline, by the way. I was having a conversation with her on my show one time, and we're talking about conflict of interest. And it's very important to let your employers know that this is what I do on the side, just so that they will know how committed you'll be for their company. Because if I am an employer and I want to employ you, I would want your 110%, not 100%, 110% dedication towards my company. So if you're coming to me and you say that you are the founder or you're the CEO of an event company, and maybe I know how demanding event companies can be, maybe you might have an event throughout the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and on a Monday you'll be tired. So when you come into work, your input will probably be 40% instead of it being 110%. So as a employer, I would look at how you can benefit my company and how you can also give in your all. So the moment I notice that event, it's very demanding. Maybe I might have a sister, an auntie, or a family member who's also into event, and I know how they're always telling me how challenging it is. So I would maybe reconsider giving you the job or not. Now, for you to tell the company or for you not to tell the company, that's the question. For me personally, I would rather you not telling me, showing me what you can do, and knowing that, okay, she's very, very good at her job. And then later on, I'll feel like, okay, do you know what? Let me also have that conversation with her and see if there'll be a way that as a company wanting to keep you because you're so efficient at your job, let's see how we can both, work together and make sure that you do your job as an event planner or event organizer and still have the time to give me the 110%, because initially maybe you didn't tell me that you had a company, but you were still able to give me the 110% that I needed from you without me knowing that you had a side job. So me knowing that now, I know how to deal with you as an employee and how to also give you the chance to do whatever you need to do on the side and still make sure that you give me the 110% that I need as an employer. So that's what I have to do.
If you want to hear my piece of advice, okay. So I used to work with various companies. I was the quality manager for Swissport before then. And every time I had to work with another company, I will be very transparent. It's a discussion I will have with them. Like you are going into a relationship. It's not when you are in the middle of it and you tell the guy, I can't have a baby. You get my point. So right from the point, I will tell them, this is what I can offer, X, Y, Z, and this is what I have. However, my company is structured to a certain level. My first company, by the way, is Virtual Linguistic Solutions, and we're into translation, interpreting, brand management, and all that. And because it was well structured, and today I'm not managing it, thank God, I have another person managing it. I would just tell them, however, I oversee the company on weekends. But if I am working with you, the agreement between us is that I will be available to so and so time. So even if when I was at Swissport, I remember I have to organize events until when the flights are coming in as a quality manager, making sure that the cargoes that are coming in are on point and everything. So midnight, I will stay till midnight. That is the contract and that is the commitment to the company. So there is no way I am then going to bring up excuses. After that, if half of you, the remaining of you can now go and oversee your company, it's not the employers whatsoever. It's not their mistake or they don't care about that. So if you are working with my company, there is no way you can hide it from me because there are procedures. HR procedures, there are questions we ask you. I need to know where you will be at in 5 years' time. Because when you are joining my company, maybe you join as an entry level. I'm going to devote my time to coach you. So after you have acquired the knowledge from me, you now run away. It's a return on investment. So I need to know that 5 years from now on, when you join the company, maybe you were a digital marketer, today you are a communication manager. I want to know. So if you are coming to me and you are hiding things from me, trust then it's broken. Once trust is broken, there's no way I will even work with you again. Right. So better tell them the truth. If they take you, fine. But there are always people who will take you in there, especially if you are good.
So please, what advice would you give to someone like me? You know, with this ushering, sometimes we close like 3 a.m., 2 a.m. And my parents, okay, I live with my uncle and my aunt. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like moving to stay at my own place just to get my peace of mind, because there are days where my uncle will be like, I should just leave his house because I come home late. So I honestly don't know what to do. So
Okay. Well, it's super. She's putting me in hot soup right now. Okay, so what I would say is I've been there somehow, and they are like your parents, right? How old are you, by the way? Okay, so probably you are doing something, you have a bit of money. If they understand that, you can move out of the family place and you start your work, you start your life. That is it. It's part of life. Okay, so if they understand, they will cooperate with you. Just start your hustle. This is it. And then ensure that maybe the work you are doing is what you like doing. Because at the end of the day, they will go, they are getting old, and then you only have regrets. Live your life. Even it might take you some time, but I think you just have to sit down with them and tell them what you really want to do. Don't hide anything. Just be bold enough. Tell them I'm not being disrespectful. I just want to do my life now, and this is what I have set for myself. Later on, they will be proud of you. I know what I'm talking about. I've seen, my dad is a very tough person, all right? Super tough. He brought up, he made me who I am today. But he and I went at some point in life. Today he sees me as, hey, Amma, this is my daughter, eh? Yeah, but before then I was a stubborn daughter. But today, that is it. Sometimes parents do not see where you want to go. Let them understand respectfully. Okay.
Are you sure they're not online hearing you right now? Any other questions?
Yes,
Thank you for that.
I have a question. First of all, I'm really enjoying this program. I would like to say thank you to Madam Tokumbo. I don't want to get the name wrong for organizing this program. So I run an NGO, and we are talking about resilience. So I get to appreciate the conversation we are having now. You are an entrepreneur, and I know that resilience goes with consistency. So I would like to ask this question: what have you been consistent at that has yielded results? And what should SMEs do to maintain their consistency and ensure success of their businesses? Thank you.
Okay, so I have an NGO as well, and I started the NGO all the way from the UK, and then eventually when I moved to Ghana, I decided to establish it here and register it and all of that. And then, like I said, adapting to the system here in Ghana was very hard for me, and especially, for example, with the registration process, I felt like, why is it so long? Why do I have to go through so many people? One thing that one person can get done, why does 15 people need to do it when one person can get it done, and the pain of money and all of that. So it got to a point, I'm like, do you know what, this whole NGO thing, let me even just put on the side and concentrate on something else. Because at that time I was full-time working for the oil and gas company. So, but it was something I was very passionate about and something that I still wanted to do. So I said, let me just go ahead and do it and go through all the stress. And by that time I wasn't driving, so I had to take the Uber. And one thing that I wasn't even used to was the fact that in Ghana, you had to pay with cash at that time. You couldn't even pay with your card. So I had to have cash on me all the time, and it was just stressful. But one thing that kept me going I would say was the passion. And I think Esther spoke about that as well. It was just a drive and the passion, the fact that I knew what I wanted to achieve with the NGO. And I'm not the type of person to start something and then let it go. I would personally feel like a failure. The fact that I've started something, I didn't see through it, or even sometimes if I'm going to let go, I know that, okay, I've reached rock bottom and it's just not going to work. I've done everything possible and it's not going to work. So I have to, let it go. But I haven't reached that bit yet. I mean, it was just registration, having to go through people, the sun, having to sit in an Uber with no AC, just typical things like this that were stressing me out. So I was like, you know what, that I can deal with. So I just kept going because I knew the purpose of what I wanted to achieve with the NGO. And today, I think on Saturday, we have over 300 women who have registered for an event that we're doing. So just imagine if I had given up and I didn't, go ahead and do whatever I wanted to do, I wouldn't have been here, for example, first of all, sitting here, I wouldn't have been sitting here talking to everybody. And then I wouldn't also have been able to impact as many lives that I want to impact. And I think it's all about the legacy that I want to leave in the world. I want to be known for somebody who have done something, who have helped people. I don't want people to mention my name and say, oh, Ahima, the girl who can dress nice, the girl who has nice makeup, the girl who has nice hair. No, I want people to also mention my name and say, do you know what? She was able to help people. She was able to put people in positions that maybe they were never able to reach that position if it wasn't through her NGO. So I think it's the legacy that I want to leave in this world that is pushing me to do whatever I want to do and is driving me. Yeah.
Well,
so from my side is there are two things: quality of your product or services. Don't drop it. If you have some people out there telling you, oh, you are so expensive, sorry, but quality is not cheap. Okay? Never give up on that. Stay who you are. Truthful. Secondly, communication. Super important. Communication with your team. At OTI, every Friday, we have a weekly team meeting. We are not afraid to open cans where you have worms and it is smelly. We have to talk about it. You talk about it and you fix it. So quality of your product, communication, and staying truthful to who you are. And make sure that the team you are working with, their vision and mission are aligned with yours. Because sometimes you are going to Paul Nord, comment on dirait in French? Yeah, not poor. And then other person is going to maybe Medina. Then it's not the same thing. So the roadmap that you are setting for yourself as a leader, you ensure that the people following you are doing exactly what you are doing. And please, don't put the bar low, high. Don't be afraid that other people will reach the bar. Because if you are low, no one will see you. You want to be a star, the star is not under the table, it's up there. So that is it.
Wow, you want to be a star. The star is not under the table. It's always up there in the sky. That was a great presentation, a great discussion. However, do you all agree with me that the discussion has been very educative and insightful? Okay, so I want you all to agree with me that we want to end in a very, great way and have a memorable day. And so in as much as you are looking forward for lunch, I would like us to just wrap up nicely with the last session. And then after that, we can all have dinner if possible. And then we can network and leave. And so to be able to make this happen, I would be bringing on board 2 more people to join you and to make the conversation more and more richer. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this point, I am bringing up onto the podium Mr. Jeff Echampong, and he is the co-founder, director of Blossom Academy, Ghana. You may be wondering, yeah, I love that. Now, to add more, for you to just keep clapping, this is not just any person, but he is the co-founder of Blossom Academy, where he drives the business strategy of the company. And being at the forefront of innovation and talent development, Blossom Academy is working to close the Africa tech skills gap through data science bootcamps and dedicated career support. Prior to his co-founding, Jeff was a founding member of the Isusu Financial, a leading financial technology company providing data solutions for the low to middle income consumer. As the Freestyle in Africa Fellow, he helped high growth setups across Kenya gather live customer insights from mobile survey conversations. He also worked on Wall Street, where he helped multinationals use their data to achieve a competitive advantage. Lastly, Mr. Jeff holds an economic degree from New York University. He is an Expo Live Global Innovator, a World Economic Forum Global Shaper, and was named a Future of Ghana Pioneer. A round of applause. Great. Now, the very last person. It's always said that the best is always reserved at the last. But I'm not saying that all the people that pressed are not.
We had you.
But you see, this one is so rich. And you see, I'm still looking for it. Just a moment. We will be there very soon. Her initials are AAA. I told you. And when you have triple A's, you can just imagine. Say, when you're in the university and then you keep getting AAA, that's a threat to other people. And so with this person coming up, she will give us a presentation. And afterwards, she will join the panel. And then we will hear from her. She is in the person of Madam Angela Ekria Asante. When I hear Ekria, I'm very passionate. Sorry, I am one. And she's a bilingual, she MC, voiceover artist, media communication and PR specialist, and multimedia producer. Wow. Also known as Triple A due to her initials, the Ghanaian-born entrepreneur's career spans across different fields, from sports media to tourism operation and even diplomacy. Ooh. Are you enjoying this profile? Yes. She's also the founder of media consulting company Tita Productions, through which she has moderated high-level events in tourism, technology, and business, and lent her voice for big brands such as Western Union and Kaplan. In October 2021, that was just like last month, Angela Ekria Asante, wait for this one. She won the Media Personality of the Year award thanks to massive votes from fans and fellow media colleagues who benefited from her leadership and positive influence at the French embassy here in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Madam Triple A as she takes off the podium.
Bonjour. Hello, everybody. Great introduction. I don't remember being so well introduced by anyone before. And it's kind of a bit funny sometimes when I'm on the other side of the MC. Yeah, as a speaker. Anyways, can we go straight to my presentation for today? So I want my presentation to be on the perfect. All right. So I can see something on the screen. Can that move out? There's a window. Okay. And I will say next slide and next slide. Okay, great. So basically my presentation today, as you can all see, is about the blueprint, the mindset you have to get and the values you have to nurture to be successful. So it's been extremely interesting to hear, first of all, the speakers here, Edma, ST, and the moderator also wonderful. I've already tweeted and on Instagram some stuff. I tagged you. And I haven't heard yet from Mr. Jeff, but I'm sure I will hear from him very soon. Anyways, just to say that they are very technical with everything that they've said. And so I hope you guys have taken notes. I'm going to be less technical and more of a motivational speaker today. Can we have a full screen, please? If you can open the PowerPoint, and then, yeah, I can see the full screen in the sub menu. Yeah, perfect. Great. All right, so next slide. Hello, can you please follow through? When I say next slide, you just click on the next slide, please. So there should be an arrow where you can just do or enter, and you can just do next slide, and it just goes as I say next slide. Can you locate? Okay, so you can click on the full screen in the sub menu. At the top left, there is full screen. Top left, sub menu in the white pane, and you just go to next slide. Okay, and then you have now next. Just next to face continuous. Yes, next, yeah, full screen, and you just do next slide. You can do enter, enter, enter. Yes. So next slide. Okay. So you can, with the arrows on the computer or whatever, you can go next. Okay. All right. Okay. I have the PowerPoint. Can I give my PowerPoint on my pen drive? Okay. So let me just share it quickly. Okay, so you should see a folder called Fleck. It doesn't appear. Let me see. Okay, anyways, guys, let's go. So I'm not going to take long on this particular slide because the wonderful MC has already given an overview of what I do. But just for your information, this is when we were filming the French ambassador's TV show at the Flagstaff House. And I was supposed to supervise what she was saying, write the entire script, the voiceover for the content and all of that. So that's also my job, by the way, as a supervising producer. And that was me when I was at the embassy in my office, creating the entire social media content strategy for the ambassador's TV show. All right, let's go to the next slide. So, and that was in Spain, an event I attended also with my sister, by the way, Esti. She's my eldest. I'm the youngest of 4 girls. So let's go to the next slide. Now this is supposed to show, I don't know why it's blank. Is it downloading now? If we have an HDMI cable, I can just connect with my iPad or something. Let me know, because I really want us to look at the slides and present this. Otherwise, if we have also an HDMI, I can connect with my laptop. I brought my laptop. I always have plan A, plan B, plan C.
Hello. My voice is back again. This is not AA's voice. Okay, so while we wait for Triple A to get settled, why don't we continue our game? I love games a lot because they are very interactive and you get to know the minds of people. But this time around, we are starting with our panelists. Are they ready? Oh, I guess they all know about the game, right? So the game is very simple. You will think of an adjective that describe who you are, but it should start with an alphabet that is equal to your name, the start of your name. So I don't want to give you a po. I want you to feel so that we can laugh at you. So if you really understand me, I am beginning with you, Mr. Jeff. So can you tell us? You have your mic, so. That mic is so nice, eh?
Yes. So should I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
started?
go on. You have 1 second.
Okay. Well, name is Jeff J. So Jubilant.
Jubilant. Do you agree with him? Oh, Esther says she doesn't know. Why don't you know? To agree. So that could even be a false, description, right? Wow, wow.
Okay, so my name is Edma, starts with an E. So I would say
I
I,
know the
stand
word.
for excellence.
A round of applause for Edma. Actually, I was guessing in my head, and I was not guessing excellence. Actually, I was guessing elegance or like we thought the same. Oh, I thought that was what she was going to say. So she said she represents excellence. Do you agree with her? A round of applause for her also. And now we move to Stu. Stu, no. Let's see, there are a lot of adjectives that start with an E. So we are not taking this unless you want to actually say, I'm feeling. You just told us that we shouldn't look down. So no.
Extreme.
Don't be a cheat.
I am extreme.
Extreme.
Going to give you energetic.
Oh my.
That's what I was going to give you.
No.
That was mine.
So ST says she is extreme. A round of applause for her for identifying her personality. Vivian.
I'll go with vivacious, Vivian.
Yeah. A round of applause for Vivian. I think I did. No. Did we play the game with you? Okay, so the last person. Okay, before she goes, AA, we want to play the game with you so you continue on the presentation. Which adjective actually describes you and has the same letter with your name?
I'm gonna take Ascending Angela.
Woo!
Awesome. So before I continue with this presentation, I just want us to give a round of applause to Madam Emmeline for this amazing idea she had to actually copy it from my computer to put it back. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go to the next slide. Let's take it from where we went. Okay, so next slide. Okay, all right, so let's get interactive today. Happy to be a guest speaker on this panel about SMEs building resilience as a strategy. And so it's around this topic that I created my entire presentation. Next slide, please. Recently, I got in touch with the Ishikowitz Family Foundation, and they did an amazing survey, 120-page survey about the rise of Afro-optimism, African youth in 2020. And they basically made several surveys, of course. And one of those is, what do Africans feel about starting a business? So as you can see from this slide, most of them feel extremely positive. Like, 3/4 feel that if they see something, they want to make it happen, they can make it happen through entrepreneurship, which is great. 3/4 of them also feel very confident that they can personally affect positive change on their community, family through their work. And 3/5 people have an idea for a business or social enterprise that will benefit those living in their community. So that's great. That's great. It's great to be super positive to start. The question is, do you have what it takes to build resilience? Because entrepreneurship is a very long journey. Next slide, please. So we're going to get a bit interactive. I want to know how many of you in this room already have a business? Raise your hands. How many of you in this room already have a business? Virtually everyone. Okay. How many of you? Next slide, please. How many of you are planning to have a business? 1, 2. Not bad. Okay. So most of us here have a business already. Okay. That's good. Let's go to the next slide. So in terms of starting a business, so this is going to be more important for the 2 ladies in the room who don't have a business yet. So in terms of starting a business, Africans overall, 76% of the respondents said that they would like to start a business in the next 5 years, and that where they want to be is going to be in the fixed retail sector. Some of them said technology, others said agriculture. If you want to go into agriculture, you know who to speak to, is T. If you want to be more into, different sectors, maybe oil, you want to speak to Edma, and so on and so forth. And I think if you want to be in agriculture, also you might want to speak as well to Madam Vivian. So next slide. It's interesting to note how West Africa is so much into entrepreneurship. 76% want to go into agriculture-based business, 67% in the South, 63% in the East. Let's go to the next slide. And then out of the people who were sampled, 75% agreed that they are confident that their work can positively affect change for their community, for their family. You can see people in Togo, Ethiopia, and Senegal being extremely positive, and they want to go into social entrepreneurship. So what I could take from this survey conducted by the Ishikowis Family Foundation is that the word that best describes the group of entrepreneur-minded people is positivity. So that is a great start. But we are here to talk about resilience. Let's go to the next slide. And this is what they are all confronted with: barriers. Now they say their biggest challenge is they don't have access to capital. Like more than half of the people said that was a problem. 11% blame the government, 10% blame it on development funding, 10% on corruption, 6% on training and education, 6% again on economic uncertainty, and 2% on digital technologies. One figure that is a little bit of a concern to me is the 6% for training and education. They don't realize that more of the people should have responded with training and education. If you don't have the right training and education, you cannot, you might be able to start a business because it's not too difficult, You go, you register your business, that's great. But resilience to stay in the business, right? So let's go to the next slide. And let's continue to be a bit more interactive. Next slide, please. Thank you. For those of you who have a business here in this room, what are the barriers that are preventing you from growing it further? Can I have somebody answering this? Maybe the MC can help me with the microphone to pass it around. All right. So I have 1, 2, 3 people who want. I want to start with the lady who has a beautiful baby at her back, because that's super interesting to be a mother or maybe to take care of a child and at the same time wanting to start a business or already having a business. having to grow it. And so obviously there will be a lot of barriers, but I want to hear from her first. What are the barriers preventing you from starting or growing your business?
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Coco. I'm into plastic recycling and upcycling. So what I do is I go to schools and communities to educate them on the need of plastics. So the thing is, so after the education, I'm supposed to give them something to put in the plastics so they don't mix them with the other waste. So beginning, I started using my own money to do like dustbins. I also use like the plastic bottles to do dustbins. But I got to a time it looked like the thing was really draining me. So number one, that was my challenge. Then apart from that, when the plastic bottles are full, I go for them and take them to the recycling plant because I don't have one for now. So the transportation of carrying them to the recycling plant is also another challenge. Thank you.
I've noted this. This is very interesting. So that falls more into infrastructure, right? And we're going to talk a bit more later in this presentation about strategies when you are building your business. Can I have a second person? Okay, and then the third one, we can go to the people at the back after this. Please go ahead.
Please, I'm Eva.
Kindly, the microphone.
Hello, please, I'm Eva. Please, I'm into bags, beauty, on those stuffs. And what I've realized, the major barrier is Ghanaians don't really love what we have. Like they always want to like buy from outside, especially with my bag. If you say it's from Ghana, they don't want. They prefer Gucci and those stuff. So it's a major barrier.
Really interesting. So the audience is also a barrier. All right. The third person, please, the gentleman at the back. Are you both together? Okay.
Hello, I'm Irasun Hadija.
Yeah.
I'm Irasun Hadija.
Kindly put the microphone projected. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm Irasun Hadija. I add value to cereals, grains, and vegetables. And my current challenge is access to market. Because I've realized that I've worked on the product itself. The ingredients, the packaging, the taste, everything is so nice. But I think I'm not growing how I actually should grow just because I'm not able to access market.
Okay. All right. That's really interesting input because all of this has to do more with the Ghanaian consumer basically, or the people to whom you are trying to respond to with your business. Because the lady behind, I think Coco, mentioned that people, they don't really understand the entire business that she's trying to do. And so, having to use her own money to separate the bags and everything. You are talking about not having access to the market. And you, Madam Eva, is also talking about people saying, well, it's not from Gucci, it's not Yves Saint Laurent, it's not, so, all right. So that's an interesting point of view. I want to know if any of you will mention something like maybe funding or anything like that, that is the reason why you are not able to grow your business. Yeah, the lady at the back, please. Thank you.
Okay, so my own is not basically funded by scale. Yeah, so I have a fashion business, but I don't have formal training in it. So at times it gets to a point that people trust me more than I can do. So it gets to a time that the demand from the people I serve, I exceed the ones that I can do, my capacity, skill, and the resources available. So that's my challenge in going. Yes. So I have I can project a big market, but then as it stands now, I have a little skill and then a little resources with labor, people I work with, and then resources with the materials and machinery as well. Yeah, so that's my challenge in going as a.
I see. So scaling it up. All right. So let's go to the next slide. This is going to get very interesting. Next slide, please. So what if I told you that of all the things you said, of course, there is a very technical part to it, but before it manifests into being technical, it has to do with the mindset. And we here in this room, we can always keep upgrading our mindsets, right? Before I started my business, Caesar Productions, in 2018, I still remember a couple of years back where for me, even making a single sale was something that was very frightening to me. Like being here, speaking to people, I would be like, no way, I'm not doing that. Because what if people reject me? What if people say, well, your product is not good enough? There was always a problem. The other problem with me was, what if I start the business and I'm not able to generate revenue? So all these were technical issues, but they found actually their roots in the way I was programmed back then. So let's go to the next slide and let's talk more about that. So I'm going to give you 7 TITA quotes. I call them TITA quotes because, well, my tagline is this is AAA, so TITA. So let's go and see 7 TITA quotes that will help you build the resilience you need. So first of all, information is gold, strategy is wealth. One of our speakers before mentioned strategy. It was ST. And I think you mentioned information. And when they said that, I was like, that's great. That is exactly what I have in my presentation as the first quote to discuss. Because a lot of people don't realize if you had data, if you had information, you could actually, anticipate those problems. I'm going to take Madam Eva as an example. The issue is Ghanaians saying, yeah, that's not Gucci. So it's still, but it's simply said, but when you do more research, you will have to understand what goes behind the Ghanaian consumer's mind to say, I'm not into this product, I'm gonna go for Gucci. What made Gucci what it is now? How can you turn a Ghanaian product into something that Ghanaians will want? Of course, it's going to be your work as an entrepreneur to find solutions to that. But the data you would have will let you anticipate some things and, not jump right into it when you don't have things sorted out. I'm going to take, I think it was the lady at the back, Coco. She also mentioned something about, people, the whole issue of the strategy, basically, because, well, after trying to, make the classrooms a bit more, less dirty, the whole issue is now you are having to use your own funds to go, from the schools to come and pick up everything. All about this has to go with data. It's information to understand exactly. If you could project yourself, if you could just sit down and say, well, based on this data available, maybe it is not feasible in year 1 for me to go with my own car or whatever to go and pick up the stuff. Maybe you would think and say, in year 1, I need to do classes where, first of all, I explain to people the importance of not littering, the importance of throwing it in one bag and not mixing everything. And the information you will get will help you strategize. And when you strategize, yes, you are going to create wealth, because the first thing is you wouldn't have to take your own car or maybe kind of transportation to go and clean the mess, send it to, the factory or recycling factory and everything, because you have already planned in advance. So a lot of maybe debt that you are getting could have been sorted out with more information to understand what your business is about, to understand why your audience is thinking like this or like that, and how you can really reach out to them. I think there was one question, if I don't, somebody mentioned, is it Madam Haja? You mentioned something about, it wasn't scaling up. Can you refresh my memory, please? Access to market. And this is where information is so golden, because with just a little bit of research, sometimes, well, I'm saying a little bit, you might have to do a bit more research. But when you do the research and you get to understand, wow, you thought that your customer base, for example, was on Facebook, and it's not on Facebook. Sometimes your customer base is more of a WhatsApp face-to-face people. Sometimes they are more into Twitter and you didn't know. Sometimes they are rather on LinkedIn. So do those kind of research. And when you do the research, you get to understand exactly, first of all, why are you doing this in the first place? Secondly, where can you find your market? Who is your customer profile? All those kind of things. So information is really, really gold. It's going to help you, create a strategy that will indeed generate wealth. Let's go to the next slide. Choosing your beliefs and advices wisely. I'm going to go very quickly on this one because what people don't understand, I'm going to take in example what Edma said before about you are going to pick a mentor who was maybe born in the 60s or 70s, and what they are telling you is outdated. So this mentor could be good for ABC, but not for XYZ. If you are asking me, well, can you mentor me maybe for, what I'm talking about? Maybe I can do that. But if you ask me to mentor you to run a marathon, you are talking to the wrong person because I don't run. I'm sorry. I'm very poor at running. I think the most I have run before is like 500 meters or something. So I don't run. So you have to choose your beliefs and your advices wisely. The same person might not have the resources for everything you need, but one person might be able to counsel you on how to go about administrative stuff in your business. Maybe, go and see this lawyer, register it like that. Another person might be the best mentor for filing your taxes. Another person for your mindset. Another one maybe for where to invest or where to get the funding. So do not think that you must find every answers in one single person. You might have several mentors for several things, but you need to know in the first place, what do you want to achieve? What are the questions that you have, so you can choose your sponsors, your mentors well. And in terms of your beliefs, the beliefs are going to shape really the size and the vision of your business. Like I was saying, back then, my belief was, well, I'm not good enough to go and check for, go and find remuneration. Like, where do I find the revenue? If you are getting this belief, entrepreneurship is not for you. You might have to go and read books, watch more documentaries, and tell yourself, well, there's a way to generate revenue, but go and get that information that is going to encourage you to take the right steps. So you have to choose your beliefs very well. Let's go to the next slide. Quote number 3. Next slide, please. Entrepreneurship is an engagement and a journey to grow into. If you are in a business for, let's say, the past 5 years, and your character and your personality are still exactly the same as 5 years ago, you are doing it wrong. Because you need to grow as a person. We are always growing. Even the genius people, they are always expanding, right? So first of all, it's an engagement. It's not like, full-time employment where you know that at the end of the month, you are getting a salary. It doesn't happen like that. So building resilience is something that is a huge test, because it's not the, I go and take my check and that's it, I'm getting paid. You have to generate all that yourself, or you have to partner with the people who are able to generate that revenue. So it is the whole engagement. Before you go into it, you have to know that it's more or less like marriage. So it's a long journey and you need to grow into it. The person you were a year ago should not be the same you are now. During COVID, for example, a lot of people told me, well, COVID has spoiled all our plans and, there's nothing to do right now. And I was like, okay, I think it's a point of view, because truth be told, it was during COVID that I acquired a couple of more skills, which I used to actually land a gig at the French embassy. So everything has to do with the mindset and your growth. You should not be the same person you were before. So a year ago, there are some things that I didn't know in terms of negotiations, in terms of production, but you always have to expand, because how things were done maybe 2 years ago are not the same how they are done now. So it is a journey and you have to grow into it. You always have to go back to the drawing board and ask yourself, okay, am I growing as a person? If, for example, you know you had a problem with, let's say, being extremely hot-tempered, which maybe ruined a few deals, you need to make sure that maybe 6 months later, working on yourself, you are now a cooler, a more calm person. So you have to grow into the journey of entrepreneurship. There are many ways that you can be rewarded, of course, financially, but also as a person, emotionally, in terms of the personality, in terms of your characteristics. All right, let's go to the next slide. Quote number 4. Focus on building a winning strategy with wealth creation at its heart. I'm going to repeat the 2 words wealth creation again. The reason being that I have a feeling, I might be wrong, but I have a feeling that here in Africa, a lot of people create a business because they have to use it as a way to offer therapy for themselves. It might sound controversial, but I'm going to explain to you. They will go into the business, and a business is more or less like a kid or a child, right? And instead of trying to create wealth with it, they go with the same mindset that, oh, money is not so important. They are trying to do social work, maybe whatever trauma that they went into, and they're trying to, resolve it on the outside. And if you are going into a business with this, I'm sorry, your business is not going to grow. It is not going to grow, because if you go business and you don't nurture your wealth strategy, anybody can come, check your business, steal your idea, and they will make millions out of it because you didn't learn how to create wealth. So really go and check the right resources, understand what it means to create wealth. Money is good and it should not be a taboo. And unfortunately, some people are into entrepreneurship and yet they are not comfortable with the issue of money. You should be very comfortable discussing money and very comfortable with where you are at. If you have debts, don't hide them. Okay, I have debts here. I can, refund my loan like this, and I want to go this way. Of course, you have to create value to generate wealth, but it has to be something fundamental at the core of your strategy. You need to know you want to create wealth. If you are not creating wealth, you are just being a busy person and for the sake of being busy. So do not be busy for the sake of being busy. I could do that. I could say the same person I was in 2016, I would just continue doing the same thing. And where is the growth? There is no growth. You need to be able to even duplicate yourself. So create wealth. Always think this. If this is your point of view, you are always going to create stuff that will make it worthwhile to be an entrepreneur. All right, let's go to the next slide. This is my favorite quote out of the 7 ones. And I'm speaking to Africans, not just people in this room, but people who are following us live. Whoever gives you a loan which you will struggle to repay, that person is putting you into a prison, into a jail, and you are not even aware. Whoever gives you a grant that you begged for owns you. And I'm going to explain why. We are and I'm going to explain why. Because a lot of people, they say they want to open a business. Ideas are like oxygen. Everybody can have, it just flows through the minds of everybody. And then I've come across a lot of people who have been flooding my emails or my WhatsApp messages saying, I have an idea, but you need to give me a grant to make it happen. The whole mindset is wrong. If you are going to struggle to repay whatever I will invest in you, or if you are begging me for a grant, you are already a prisoner. Nobody owes you anything, and you are not entitled to that. So funding is good, but as Madam Vivian Opondo mentioned, it is best to have your business running, and you know exactly for what or where or how you want, to get funding from and how you are going to repay it. But if you are just after, oh, I have an idea, and then a company or a foreigner, whoever is going to give you a loan, which you know very well that you are not really, sustainable yet to pay back, you are really putting yourself in trouble. Let's go to the 6th slide. We are almost done because it's 7 quotes in all. In all this, the most important thing is to learn the art of negotiation and communication to boost your finances and reputation. I'm going to be very quick on this one, but the art of negotiation is the best thing you can learn, not just as an entrepreneur, but even as an employee, because too often, I would say, I'm going to speak from the point of view of as an African woman. I've realized that people have an issue with negotiating. Either they are not realistic. So if the employer or whoever says, how much do you want? They will quote high fees. Oh, I want $10,000 per month. And they don't it doesn't make sense. Or they are too shy and they're just saying yes, yes, yes to everything. They are being given a contract and they just sign it. From the point of view of entrepreneurship, you might have people who want to invest in your business. Please make sure that you are checking the contract well. Because when I was at the Chamber for Tourism Ghana last year, there was a company that offered to fund between $500,000 and $1 million pounds, sorry. But when we checked the contract, they basically wanted to replace the CEO within 3 years if the CEO doesn't perform. So you need to, you need to look at all this, negotiate well, and communication, because sometimes if you have issues with your character, meaning that you are more or less emotionally triggered very easily, you want to learn the art of communication, because in this 21st century, screenshots go very fast. If you write a bad email, if you use negative wording and you're trying to sell, you are going to create, feelings and sensations that are going to drive away clients. So learn the art of communication as well. Let's go to the last slide for the quote. You are better off investing your energy working solo until you can afford a quality team. If you create a business and you are super optimistic, oh, let me just put together a team of 2-3 people, maybe 5 people, let's go, let's do that. As Tim mentioned, as the leader, you need to know exactly that the people behind are following you. Some people, it's not a matter of they are not being kind or anything. It's just they don't have the capacity to follow you. And you don't want to become emotional. You don't want to create, enemies just because of that. But I'm going to take myself, for example. I'm not afraid to say that I started the business that was in 2016. And I was like, wow, this fan site is going to be huge. It's going to be fun. We're going to do that and do this. But along the way, 2 years down the line, I realized that, those guys that I more or less employed or I trained because they were interns didn't have the availability, neither the capacity to continue with this project. So it all fell through, and it was some $5,000 invested in that. Anyways, long story. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. So now, here's a little bonus. What is next? After getting those 7 fundamental quotes, the most important thing, number 1, is organize your thoughts. Because a lot of people have a lot of wonderful ideas and it's all misplaced. They don't really know where and how to get it forward. So put that on paper. Take the time you need before you go through. When I was creating Tita Productions, I knew I wanted it to be a media company, but I didn't really know if I wanted to be hardcore with a team of videographers like this wonderful team that is, filming us, or if I wanted to be more into consultancy. And so what I did is I tried both. I began with, filming stuff. I did content for ITC, International Trade Center. I did content for, some restaurants. I did a lot of content. And then I realized, because it's a journey, I realized, that's not really what I want to do. It requires a lot of capital. You need to ensure your equipment and, the editing time. And I realized, no, I want to be more of a supervising producer. I want to be somebody who can look at content and say, rectify this, let's change this script, let's do that. I realized I love consulting more than being the hardcore person. Immediate action. When you have a plan, if it is good, please take action quickly. It doesn't mean that your business is going to jump from A to B overnight, but even if the idea is as minimal as I want to take a course on LinkedIn, take that course. Do not delay. Take the immediate action. And number 3, be disciplined to follow through. Next slide. Next slide, please. So that was all for my talk. If you want to contact me, you can do so at angela@titaproductions.com, or you have my phone numbers. That was all for me. If anybody has questions, please ask. I know you guys might be super hungry, but sorry for taking some of your time. I hope you were able to take some notes that will fuel your business and your journey to success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have the first question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So you mentioned as a leader, you'd have to ensure that your followers are following, I mean, your plan or your vision or whatever that you are carrying out. I want to ask this question. What should you do if you realize some of the followers are not in tune with your vision?
Very good question. I think it's very important to always be super honest with the reality. You don't need to blame people. Just let people understand that, okay, this is what you are demanding from them, and they are not producing what you want them to produce. That's fine. If you have contracts in place, look at the termination process and follow through. If it was more of a verbal agreement, just be very open, honest, and say, okay, I don't think that you are falling in line with where I'm trying to go. So can we agree to just part company in terms of that business? You can stay friends, you can stay acquaintances, but you need to be real with yourself.
Right. Do we have
I think she
any
actually
more
wants to do a
questions?
follow-up on that.
Oh, a follow-up.
I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions. So like I said, I run an NGO, and I have this challenge with getting the team to understand whatever that we are doing, and also giving their support. So there are some people who are available when we are having initiatives or projects, and there are some people who are willing to give in their money but not their ideas, and there are some people who would like to be available for meetings but not giving their money or even ideas. They'll be in the meeting, just their presence. So I'd like to ask, how do you scout for people who are really beneficial to whatever that you are doing? I don't know if my question is
I get it.
clear.
I think before you even think about forming a team, you need to really nurture your leadership skills. So you need to understand your business. What are the roles that will be needed based on your strategy? When you identify the roles, no matter how big or small those responsibilities are, you will be able to know, okay, I'm looking for a person who can give me this. And in exchange, the NGO will generate X, Y, Z. So before you even try and form a team, you have to know exactly the kind of people you want in that team. So you have to go back to the drawing board, okay, and try to analyze, observe what exactly you are demanding from people. If somebody says they can only do funding, well, it's not for them to say what they can only do. It's for you to, first of all, draw the lines and say, I'm looking for somebody who might be able to fund. I'm looking for another person who can help me with business development, for example, business concept development, and maybe another person for operations. So you first draw the lines before you ask people. Otherwise, it will seem as if you are just, annoying people out there. They will be like, well, I don't have the capacity to give ideas. If you want my money, fine, just call me. I can send you Momo, all right? But you as a leader, you have to know exactly what roles you want to have in your organization before you call people to join and you follow through. I hope I answered your question. Right.
So, Madam Vivian, moderator, the ball is in your court.
I'll have to charge you guys for extra. Thank you for joining us, Jeff and Angela. Nice presentation, especially the 7 tips. I have some takeaways over there. I would want Jeff to introduce his brand, number 1, because we haven't heard from you yet, and how your team was able to innovate and adapt during COVID time.
Hello. All right. Thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Watia Champon. I'm the founder of Blossom Academy. Essentially, we partner with development agents skills gap through data science boot camps and dedicated career support. In addition to that, we also have a corporate division where we provide digital skills to private sector and public sector companies within Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa as well. Yeah, and that's me for the most part. With respect to your question, how we adapted to COVID, well, we were offering our courses in person prior to COVID. However, we quickly had to move online 100%. It came with these challenges because when you're doing business on the African continent, I think two of the challenges that most people don't talk about is data and power, right? The people who are going through our programs are having challenges affording internet, or even if they do, their power is going off frequently. So we had to really kind of think through how we can essentially pre-record lessons for them, how they can download it at our campus and watch it during their free times. So that was the biggest one. And then one of our businesses actually, so there's 3 different businesses, I mentioned 2. One of them was completely disrupted by COVID, which we are now reviving. I like to call it an education tourism company. So what I mean by this is we actually fly public officials out of the country to do training abroad, managerial and leadership skills. Because of COVID, we actually stopped implementing that. So now, like realizing that, hey, we also need to figure out how we can incorporate digital technology into those kind of training programs as well.
Thank you for that comment. And then I think just a follow-up, this just came to mind. The business that was disrupted, what's the reason why it couldn't go virtual? Is it that they find value in being physically where they're headed to?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, right? So I've always been of the school of thought that education alone does not really impart thorough knowledge, but you also need exposure. And I believe that that business was disrupted because a lot of these public officials are looking to go outside of the country to be exposed to what's happening out there and bring those learnings back. The beauty about that model is that we're taking someone from Ghana, someone from the Gambia, someone from Kenya, or maybe in South Africa, they get to network and things of that nature. But if you were to go online, which we've done for our corporate trainings locally, it's almost impossible because people get distracted with work a lot. We just had a training program last week in Tema, and they were doing it in their office. And the funny thing is that almost every day you realize that people are being called to go do something in the office, right? So the feedback was, hey, next time you guys are doing the program, pitch it to do it outside of a crowd, right? So I think that the distractions also play a big role because a lot of these CEOs or deputy CEOs or leaders or managers or however you call them, whenever a class is happening online, in their minds, it's kind of you can multitask, right? People don't realize that it actually takes the same level of knowledge and understanding. So that's the reason why it was disrupted, and we are now trying to get it back into the market again.
Great. Would love to hear how that goes, like a follow-up. So then at this point, I would want to ask a question that all the panelists, I'm curious to hear the answer to. I'm hearing a lot of unlearning, learning, relearning from everyone, even just beyond COVID. So my question is, we are getting questions about when your vision does not align with your employees or the people you're working with, how do you deal with that? What if your vision does not align with your partners, right? Say these are like global partners that you're working with. Then along the way, it's clear that your vision does not align. How do you handle that? Have you been in that situation? So I'll start with Angela and then we'll go down the line.
Oh, wow. I haven't been in that situation before because my mantra, as I said in one of the quotes, is work solo until you can, get a team on board. And so I've been doing this super solo. And it's quite beneficial because, you know, you get clients, but you do not involve yourself in partnership that will make things difficult. Like I said, for me, business is more or less like a marriage, you know, so you don't want to bring somebody on board and then you don't have the same opinions. You have to date maybe before. So so date yourself before you get partners on board. Yeah.
Awesome. Work solo, guys, until you're ready for it.
Okay. Same here. I don't think that I found myself in that situation for organic trade investment, but it was before organic trade investment, where I think once again I believed so much in people, and I thought probably they knew more than I did because they were raised in an environment where I don't know. So they will be the people I can fall on, and only to realize that they were more of what do you call them? Here to to actually to take advantage of me rather than assisting me. So they are more of opportunists. Thank you. Than anything else. So when I realized that, I think it taught me a lesson. I learned my lesson the hard way. Trust me, I say that I'm not romantic, but I'm very emotional also. Seraphine, wipe that out. Don't tell the team I'm very emotional. But so that one is something that, yeah, I learned the hard way. So after that, I changed the way of doing things, going solo until making it and then bringing people on board.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, so when it comes to me, just like Angela said, I've not been in a position with my business that I had to do a partnership or shareholders would disagree on maybe the values or, you know, how the company should move forward. But then being in the oil and gas industry, you hear about joint ventures every single day. One oil and gas company, because of one reason or the other, joining another company to create something greater. Well, in their own perspective, they think that they are creating something bigger. But then eventually, as time goes on, you see that they clash. You know, I remember there was a BP and a Russian company who wanted to do a joint venture. And eventually, even with the logo, they had a dispute because of the logo. One wanted a color that the other one didn't want a color. And that was literally what broke the joint venture, something as small as a logo. So you see that when it comes to joint ventures or when it comes to partnering with another company, it's a great thing. But then the smallest thing could also break it. So my advice or my point when it comes to that is that when it does, just also make sure that you have backups. If you have a lawyer, if you have an agreement, just make sure that there's an agreement in there or in a contract that says that if we eventually break apart, then this is what you will get, this is what I will get, and it will not affect either parties. Because something as small as a logo can break you apart. So just make sure that, you know, you both make sure that there are agreements and contracts on side that if we decide that it's not going to work, because marriages even break up, you know, there's divorce, relationship, we all break up. So if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. If we can't come to an understanding, we can't come to an understanding. So let's make sure that we both have our interests
company in the US called Isuzu. And we actually put, things on paper, but I think that because we were all young in college, we forgot about all these things until we raised 14 million US and we were like, I was like, okay, wait, actually, how much does each person own? right? And you realize that actually people are starting to think differently about, the ownership within the company. But because that things were on paper, it made it very crystal clear that, hey, like, this is what I'm bringing to the table, and this is what I've done, and this is why this is my equity stake. Nothing should change at that point. So I agree with your point on operating agreements. Now, with respect to the vision, I think I was fortunate to have launched a number of failed companies before Blossom. So I learned a lot. And one thing that I learned the hard way was that when I'm bringing somebody on board, it's important for me to paint a picture of where they could get to within the company. So what I mean by this is that you're not just joining us now, but help you understand where you can get, through Blossom from 5 years from now. So if I'm thinking that, the next 5 years we should be in 4 different African countries, are you interested in maybe being a country manager in that country? Painting that picture for them to realize that it's actually very possible, right? The third part out of the third point, which I think that is probably very straightforward, but is so key, is making the vision as visible as possible. What I mean by this is that, our vision is to create African data scientists who can solve African problems and propel the continent forward. Now, we can easily change course and then focus on software engineering or focus on something that is in high demand right now. But on all our pitch decks, that vision is there. So no matter what role you are within the company, when you go on the pitch deck, you're seeing that this is the vision. Don't come pitch me that I should do software engineering. That's what I want to do. And we're all going to be aligned to do that as well. And I think that once you make that very visible, people internalize it and actually work towards it as well.
Awesome. I'm hearing a lot of lessons were learned from each panelist by just going and doing the business. We can hear Essie saying that she had made learnings from her previous business, and that's how she's implementing her new business. Same with Jeff. So guys, don't wait for everything to align. Start. Some lessons you'll have to learn along the way. I'll hand it over to Yeti to then share her contribution. Yeti, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Welcome.
Something I would talk about is, I think before you go into business with anyone, you do need to align in terms of vision. But we do understand that a lot of startups, start with one vision, then it progresses into something else, right? So it's very important to just make sure when things change, you carry your partners along, right? Have conversations. In fact, I'm in a space whereby I have a partner right now that sometimes it may come across as being disruptive, but in order to have the right product, right, you need to fight it out, especially when you're in a space where visions doesn't seem to align anymore. But if there's communication, you decide, you talk, there will be something that will connect you guys, that will make the work more cohesive. I'm a sucker for being open-minded. I've been into partnerships that hasn't worked. I've also been in partnerships that have worked. So there is an open mind that you never know what would work, right? So for me, I believe in, working with people and convincing them, especially when your product or your services is something that will become big. Sometimes it might be difficult for people to see your vision, but when you talk through it, you walk through it together, there's always a progress along that. I hope you heard me.
Yes, we heard you. Guys, allow me echo what Yeti is saying. You might start out with a team where your visions align, but be able to keep an open mind and adapt as you grow and make sure you carry your team along. Thank you for that contribution. I have, I think, 2 last questions for the panels. I'll start with Yeti. So the question to you, Yeti, we've heard from the panelists and even questions from the audience where one key thing is when you are getting advice or you're working with people from an older generation, be able to take the advice but tweak it to suit the time now. My question is, have you found yourself in a situation where you had to learn from someone who's younger than you, and were you willing to learn from them?
I guess that works in my everyday life because a lot of my team members are young. I also have clients that are, older generation, and I have teammates. It's important to move with the new age, right? There's a lot of things that the older generation will find, interesting to them, but we're in the age of where it's quite fast paced. For example, I'm always open to discussions with my team. I have people that are in their 20s in my team. I can only, how will I say, because of what I do, I run a PR agency, I have to constantly, move with time. Same thing as the whole COVID year, which happened last year. I'm going to use last year because last year was very a bit disruptive. But because just before COVID, I'd even implemented, my team working from home, for a couple of days, during the instead of working 5 days in the office, we do 2 days in-house, and but I was able to do that because my team wanted it. They're young, they're savvy, said, oh, we can make it work. It's easier for us to work homes on Mondays and Fridays where there's so much traffic. If I possibly wasn't open to that, during the lockdown, which happened, we may not have survived it. But we're able to ease through because we had even started that before COVID. And why did we start? Because they're quite young. So I'm a believer in anybody can bring in knowledge. You just have to be open. Like I said, I'm an open-minded person. We discuss, we see what works, we see what doesn't work. Yeah.
Thank you. One takeaway, everyone. Knowledge does not then mean that you have to be older to be knowledgeable. So keep an open mind. And yet, from her experience, she doesn't have a choice. Her team is structured in a way that she has to keep learning from the young team members. So Angela, your experience, and if you've been in a situation where you had to learn from individuals who are younger than you.
Okay, in my opinion, it's not the age, just as Yeti mentioned. For me, it's more of the level. So I'm 31, by the way. So if somebody who is 25 is where I project myself, I want to be, I can learn from in a certain field, I'm going to learn from the person. The person can be 12 years old. I have watched YouTube videos from people who were 14, but they know better whatever, I needed to acquire. So it's really not the age. But I think I wanted to make a quick comment regarding, followers. I wanted to just resound on what ST and Jeff mentioned. I think ST mentioned something about, you want to make sure that the followers are following you. And then Jeff, you mentioned something. I'm sorry, I don't have it on top of my head. But basically, I wanted to make a quick comment about I've been in situations where I wanted to walk faster than the leader. Because for me, it was like, your idea is cool and everything is possible to be made, but why are you moving too slow, So I think, what I remember from Jeff is the roadmap. Like, make it very, very visible and don't hide it so that people can assess if they want to join you on your journey. And they're not going to go with you. And at the middle of the journey is like, why are we on a donkey when we can be on a horse, or when we can be in a Bugatti, So you need to be really, really serious about, this is how fast we are going. In the next 2 years, we'll be here. In 5 years, it will be here. And you have to let me know so I can, I or the person who is following you can decide if they want to sacrifice X, Y, Z of their time, effort, and energy to move along with you at your pace. So that's it.
Great. make your journey and your vision visible so that the people who are following you can then know what they're getting themselves into. Esther?
Okay, so from my end, if I'm sitting here today and everyone is seeing me as a tech person and blah, 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 thanks to my brother who is 12 years younger than me. And he was 16 at the time when he sat me down and he told me this is search engine optimization techniques, and that is it. So knowledge is acquired and it's entirely up to you how you use the knowledge. You use it as a power for yourself and to educate others, or you just ignore it and it will destroy you. My mom always say that a queen who doesn't want to be criticized has his crown full of something.
We get it. We get it. Thank you, Edma.
Okay, so my take on this is that being a leader doesn't just mean you should lead. It also means you should listen and learn. And by listening and learning, it means that whoever comes up with some advice, some knowledge that you feel like it might be able to help or better yourself or better your business, you need to take it regardless of the age. I feel like in this part of the world, we have this culture where the elder is wrong and the younger person is wrong. The elder is right and the younger person is wrong. And because of that, we have deprived our youth from actually speaking the truth and letting out their opinions. And even if it's going to be a solid opinion that is going to help something move forward, we have deprived them and basically shut them down to the point where even in classrooms, if you ask them, do you have questions? It's like, no, I have no question. I'm shy to answer to ask a question because I don't want my question to be deemed as a stupid question. Or even if it's a stupid question, I need my answer. So you have to answer my question. Exactly. And there's no such a thing as a stupid question. So being a leader, I mean, in this part of the world, the fact that we have shut down our kids from the very get-go to not be emotional, to not even express themselves, or to not necessarily question, but to not say, okay, mommy, you don't want me to do this. Why? Give me an explanation as to why you don't want me to do this. And I'll be able to even know the reason why I shouldn't do what I'm not supposed to do. So it has gotten to a point where we grow with that attitude. We find ourselves in a workspace. And if the boss or the employer is doing something that really does not make sense or has an idea that does not make sense, you feel like, okay, let me just run along with it. And at the end of the day, it's not my company. I'm just working for the person. At the end of the day, I'll get my salary, and we have that mentality with forgetting that even if you find yourself in a working space, the impact you do in the company will determine where you arrive in the future. And if you can also be a leader for your own company. And one thing that I like to say is that if you ever find yourself in a position where you're working under somebody, please do make sure that you give in 110%, because that will determine how you will run your own company eventually in the future if you want to be an entrepreneur. But then, thank you. But then my point is you can learn from anybody. I mean, we are in a world where technology is ruling. And at the end of the day, certain things that I think I know that my mother maybe didn't know, now I'll ask my little cousin and they will tell me something that I have no clue about. But I feel like I am tech savvy. Like I know how to use an iPhone. I know how to use an iPad. I know how to go on my laptop. But then it's up to me to take that information and be like, oh, thank you for showing me this. Or be like, hey, I'm older than you. Don't tell me what to do, or don't show me this thing, So at the end of the day, like Esther said, is the mentality, how we absorb the knowledge, how we take in information as an individual. And that also will say a lot about your character and about the kind of person you are. Because if you're a boss and I give you an advice and you rubbish my advice, knowing clearly that it could help, and then later on something happens and you didn't take my advice, I will be the first person to tell you, I told you so. Okay, so now let's us all learn from each other, regardless of the age. Let's learn from each other. So that's what I have to.
Thank you, Edma. As a leader, be willing to lead and also listen. Over to you, Jeff.
Yep. Not sure how to follow up to that. So, but yeah, I mean, thanks for the question. I think for me, it's actually a little bit personal because I would say I'm fortunate to be in a lot of rooms where I happen to be the youngest. So as a result, I think that I am always reminded that it's important to also listen to those who are younger than me as well. We have two of our current students from Blossom here. They think they're coming to a free event, but I'm going to drill them after to ask them what they learned so that I can actually take in some learnings as well. So I hope you guys are taking some notes too. So yeah, I mean, I definitely believe in listening to those who are younger, and I'll use an example. So I spent a lot of time interviewing entrepreneurs across the continent. It's one of my hobbies, if you call it that. And I spoke to this gentleman who runs a company called Open Data Institute in Kenya. And one of the questions that I asked these entrepreneurs is, what is something that you do every day that is non-negotiable? And he shared an answer that like keeps playing in my head. He goes, every day I go on TikTok, right? And this guy is probably like in his 50s, right? I'm like, why do you go on TikTok? And he goes, actually, that's where the youth are. If you want to understand them, you go on TikTok. If you want to design products and services that will be consumed, you go on the place where they are. So I'm going on Instagram, I'm going on TikTok. That's where they are creating content. That's where they're creating videos. So if you look on the global sphere, all these innovations coming out today are started by people who are very young. So how do you actually, just humble yourself, for lack of better words, and listen to them and hear where they are coming from? And then maybe that can actually help propel you to build something even more beautiful as well.
Good. Thank you for bringing up TikTok. Just segue to my last question. And yes, we would love to be here because I'm still wanting to ask more questions, but because time, we're winding up. Maybe we might take 3 questions. So if you have a question, get those ready. My last question, I'm currently in a situation whereby I work with a group of young people. And you find that we usually send them emails, or when we're inviting them to events, we use platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, but majority of them are saying we want to be reached on Telegram, WhatsApp. Some even want the content package on a platform like TikTok so that they can just watch short videos, right? Where do you draw the line? Because I think with time, there'll be so many platforms coming up. As a company, as an entrepreneur, or just as a champion in your sector, where do you say, I will jump on this platform, I will not use this one I'll leave? What do you consider before doing that? Yeti, did you hear the question? We'll start with you.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like I'm going to use the word open-minded again, because I get to work with different people from, globally, internationally. And I've had to use like different platforms from Slack, HubSpot, Asana, different, right? But for consistency purpose and being cohesive, working as a team, you need to maybe set a tone, but also try and move with times as well, right? WhatsApp work for certain things, Slack works for certain things, especially when you want to have a continuous engagement and you want your team to come up with ideas. Platforms like Slack and Asana is good. In terms of reporting as well, such platforms are good. So one needs as a boss or the leader, you need to identify what your key reason for creating those platforms are. WhatsApp is good for quick messaging to everybody, but it's not good for reporting. It's not good for keeping track of what your teams are doing. A platform like Slack or Asana kind of, tells you, okay, what they're on to, regardless of whether you communicate with them one-on-one, right? I think it's important to be open-minded. Sometimes they come up with different suggestions. Before you know it, people will migrate from WhatsApp to Facebook. Facebook has its own platform as well. You keeping track of what your core goals of what you want from your teams are will help you identify the platforms you want to utilize. Yeah, thank you.
I couldn't agree more with you, Yeti. So when you are identifying the platform you want to use, understand why you want to use it for and whether it will serve the purpose. Just don't jump on any other platform. Thank you for that contribution, Yeti. So I'll hand it over to you. And what's your take?
Okay.
Same take as Yeti. I'm not surprised she's into PR because she has understood everything correctly in terms of not just jumping on the new platform. Is not that, oh, now everybody's on TikTok, I'm going on TikTok. First of all, if you are the kind of business owner or entrepreneur who has that FOMO, as we call it, fear of missing out, and you are like, where is everyone? I want to go to everyone. You want to be on every platform and you're going to be nowhere to be found. So you need to really sit down and say, okay, what's my business about? What content am I producing in my business? And who is my target audience? Now, where is my target audience? What is their behavior? So you can note down this keyword, behavior. If you are maybe, let's say, selling cement, okay, you might even not be on social media at all, because people who are building their houses are in their 40s and 50s, and there are people who will come face to face to your storefront. So it really depends on your, your target audience. Okay. As Isti mentioned, our parents have a business and they are doing tremendously well, selling tons and containers of cement on a monthly basis. And many of those, businesses online don't even hit the figures that our parents hit. And our parents only have one thing, WhatsApp. And that's only my mom. Dad is not on WhatsApp. And they are still making the sales. So you need to know where is your customer base? How do you want to reach them, and just go for it. So we are talking about social media, but I'm going to include even call to it, because the amount of money my dad spends on calls is incredible. Like I don't even spend that in a year and he spends it in a month, but he has his return on investment, because the people who he deals with are more of the kind of, oh, Master, call me. And he made his sales. And it's tens of thousands of cities, sometimes per day, So so you really have to understand your business, how your customers behave. And based on that, you choose where you want to go. And when you have chosen your platform, now you have to draw the strategy. Don't just go there. And if you're on Instagram, the way you deal with Instagram is not the same way you deal on Twitter. So understand the platform, understand what the options that it can give you, and create your strategy out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was curious as to how both of you ended up in business. By hearing that your parents are in business, now it's clear. And yeah, understand that content you want to push out, does it really have to be online? Will that really add to your numbers? Else, yeah, just go the way Angela's done that route offline and just make your sales. Essie, do you have anything to add? Given that?
Yeah, but my business is all about online, and having a team that is not in-house, but they are all working from the comfort of their homes. We are more about information management and privacy. I mean, the way you protect people's information. So at OTI, we are currently setting up a platform which is called OTI Online. That is the virtual office. So we have it in 3 phases. We have the first phase, which is the virtual office for all of us. We will have all the data and documents, everything saved there. And then we will have another platform for the aftercare, another platform for the beneficiaries, we call the farmers and the producers. But for us, information management is super important. So we are not out there going on any kind of platform and leaving information anywhere, anyhow. We are creating a brand, and we know that we will have to be on to promote our product. We are on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. That is it. The rest is fantasy for yourself, but not for the company. Yeah.
Great. So Esther just brought up a different angle. How sensitive is the information you're putting out there? If there's some sensitivity to it, then you can't just be jumping on any other platform. I had not seen it from that angle. So thank you for that contribution. Edma?
Okay, so what I have to say, I'm just going to contribute to what everybody has said. Every single social media app has its own characteristics and what basically it was created to do. So one thing that we all fail to do sometimes as entrepreneur is to actually go on the internet and just type in the app and read about the app and find out what was the app created for. For example, an app like Instagram, it was created for people to share pictures, share videos. It's just recently, just because of competition, they are adding, the story, the reels and everything because of what TikTok is doing. But initially it was just created to add your pictures and your videos. So in a sense, if you're in a domain or in a sector that you'd want to showcase your product, Instagram would be very good for you. If you are in a restaurant sector, for example, or even agriculture, but you process some products and you want to reach a larger amount of people, you can use Instagram to take pictures and eventually post it on there. But then, like Esther said, sometimes depending on the company that you have, the sensitivity of the information that you want to put out there, you wouldn't just jump on any social media app just because it's available for everybody to jump on. But then you make sure that the app actually suits your business, and the app also would target the people that you want to target when it comes to your product. And one thing that I'll also say is that as a company, I believe that just for your clients to have access to you, and people sometimes feel very entitled. They feel like, I am contributing to your company, I'm buying your product, so at least if I have a worry or if I have a question, I should be able to access you and ask you that question. And people need to use social media for mainly that purpose, not only to promote their product, but for their clients to also have an easier access to contact them and send their worries or ask a question about a particular product or even about the company itself. If you don't want to be on social media, you can just create a very simple website and you just put in what the company is about. And then maybe if you have a head office or a location, you can just add the location. And then after doing that, you add the contact me if you have any inquiries, for example, and that should be enough. You shouldn't really jump on any social media just because it's trending. For example, TikTok, unless you're into blogging or, you're into photography or, you're into, maybe fashion, or for example, this lady over here who is into bags. I feel like, yes, you can create content around these kind of products. But if you're into oil and gas, for example, I don't know, you'd want to go and start on the oil field onshore or offshore and just be taking TikTok and dancing on offshore in the middle of the sea and, just posting it. I don't know what you're trying to prove there, but, maybe so you just need to know, just like everybody said, you just need to know who you are targeting and the kind of people you are targeting, and then read about, the purpose, the actual key features of these social media apps, if it will favor your business or not. So that's what I have to say about that.
I am actually guilty of not reading about social media platforms. I don't go check what they were created for. So thank you for that tip, Edma. And
the only reason why I know this is because I'm a host for a morning show, and we have a social media or technology segment where we read news about what's trending. And I only find out myself recently that, you can actually go on the website and research about these apps and even, question them or give an input as to how you'd want to change some of their features or not. So if you're interested in doing that, please feel free.
Thank you for sharing that. And another thing, if you're in oil and gas, maybe TikTok is not for you. So we'll wind up with Jeff. So that will be our last contribution. Yeti, kindly stay on as we wrap up this session. So Jeff, what is your contribution?
Yep. This has been really great contribution. I think that I'm just adding on to what has been shared. When you asked the question, actually, I was thinking that, and this actually weird, how context matters, because here in Ghana, I'm more inclined to buy something from Instagram than from a website. I don't know why, but in the States, I'll never buy from Instagram. I'll buy from a website. So it's just crazy. Like the context in which you are based matters a lot. And that's what was going through my head when you asked the question. But my simple answer to this is data analytics, right? I think that every social media platform is generating insights that most business owners are not taking the time to look at those insights. For example, for us, we're able to find out that if we are to promote our corporate programs on LinkedIn, we would increase sales versus on Instagram. However, if we promote our youth run programs on LinkedIn, it wouldn't make sense because they are mostly on Instagram. And that's based on the insights we've collected over several years of operation. Well, not several years, but since we started. And I think because we're a data company, we had to be actually very mindful of the data aspect of things as well. But I believe that the reason why you're probably not on TikTok could be the fact that you're probably too swamped, to be real with you. So I've not even given it like some thought, but I think we are doing well on the aforementioned platforms, and we will just keep doubling down our efforts on that as well.
Quick one I want to add to what Jeff said. If, for example, as a business, you are, let's say, both on LinkedIn and Instagram for a purpose, you might want to consider crafting different captions on LinkedIn than as of Instagram, because you are not reaching out the same audience, because LinkedIn is way more professional. And for example, after this, I'm going to make posts on my LinkedIn. Whatever pictures I get from the wonderful crew of photographers and videographers, I will post it in a different way on LinkedIn than I will post it on Instagram, because I know what I'm trying to reach. On LinkedIn, I am more likely to find companies looking to hire my services. So the way I will craft it is more like that. On Instagram, it may be more for the sake of, how will I call that? More like an inventory to say, well, I went to that and it was fun. Or for example, this morning I made some stories. So those stories are cool for Instagram. People are like, okay, she's at the event, but you have to know how to create your caption. On Twitter, you have also different captions, and then the use of hashtags and all of that. So as Edma said, research, what each app is all about.
Thank you, Angela, for that contribution. And I feel like we've had different angles only because there are different sectors on this panel. Data analytics, wow, where will that come from apart from someone who's in data? And then we have create different content for different platforms, only someone who's in media. So at this point, I would want to thank all the panelists, Yeti, who joined us online. Thank you, Angela, for joining us here on stage. Esther, for coming all the way to grace us with your presence. Edma, thank you for your contribution. And Jeff, for wrapping it for us. I really enjoyed this session. I wish we could continue, but yeah, clearly we have to wrap up. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, great panelists and Madam Moderator. It's been very, very, very transformative. We will be, I'm here to just wrap everything up for the day. I know some people are hungry, including myself. Including myself, very, very hungry, not even tea. So we will take a photo, and I want our panelists to still be seated, because if I turn back right now, they'll run away. Okay.
This is an invitation and a business opportunity. We're all here because we're looking for something. We're looking for those important networks and linkages to move ourselves to the next level. Not only that, to be an impactful force in the transformation agenda of our beautiful continent. If you are here, you're a sector champion. We can all believe in it. So I want to thank everyone who made it here today. Like I said, we're here because we want to build strong business linkages, alliances for strategic partnerships across regions. So, and this is really testament to why we have the UK speakers, the speaker from Kenya, our French sisters representing, Ivory Coast is in the building, Nigeria is here. It's really about that, you know, really trying to say that it is one Africa. And it is such an exciting time with AFTA. This is the time when we should be thinking not as small businesses, but as a powerhouse and a force to be reckoned with. So if you have made it in your business for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you still have something to give. It's still a very long road ahead. And the important thing is to remember what are the lessons as we are coming forward. And as we move ahead, what are we gonna take? Who are we gonna take with us? So thank you everybody who is here currently today. It's important as we do all of this talk to take some of the lessons that we have learned, such as your original brand positioning, amplification of your work, using all of the relevant and necessary tools, not unnecessary tools. Find what works for your business. Also, be part of a network, a multi-sector network. Move with other people from other industries who can maybe add value to you as you add value to them. You must be able to access intelligence, market intelligence. And this can only be done if you come out to places like this, if you network, and if you take the time to really be intentional about developing those relationships. So with that said, I want to welcome you to another year ahead of us. 2022 is going to be the year of resilience. It's going to be the year of resilience. Innovation is something that is going to be with us. As we deal with the new normal, as we build forward, we are going to keep innovating. We're going to keep coming up with those ideas that will make the world a safer place and a prosperous place for all of us, men and women together. So I want to thank you once again for staying with us. Dinner is served, but before then, there is just two protocols I have to observe. I'd like to invite Vivian, co-founder, Famula, CEO, also a regional member of our planning committee of this beautiful event. We could really not have done it without you. Thank you so much. Sulaiman, where is Sulaiman? Is Sulaiman here? Okay. Stepped out. Okay, so I'll do this on my own. So on behalf of Compass Global Services, our regional partners such as the United Nations, our sponsors, we wish to induct you and present you with this certificate of induction as a regional member of our planning committee and our coordinator for East Africa. You are also our team lead for East Africa for CIFA, which is She is Future Africa, which focuses on brands, innovation, and thought leadership. these are all things that you have shown great examples of being. I mean, I met you, you were my first meeting in 2021, and we're here today, it's November 2021, 11 months later. It's not a paid job, but you have been so diligent. We have taken such journeys together. My network are your networks. You have me in Nigeria and in the region. We're available. This is what the story of this platform is. This is really what it's about. It was a Zoom call, one Zoom call. 11 months later, you've been to Nigeria, you're here, wherever I go, you go, and you have added so much value. As our She is Tech Africa coordinator as well, we are looking forward to the great ideas. Most of the people here are friends of Vivian. Yes, so we may clap to that. So on behalf of Compass Global Business Services, and on the account of the launch of our 2020 theme, Year of Resilience, and as we head out to Kenya for the 3-day event in February, and Kenya is hosting us next, we present this to you as a token of our appreciation and to commemorate all of the hard work that you have been doing and that you will continue to do. Thank you so much. So let's just take a quick photo. Next up, I'd like to invite Madam Emmeline Dati, CEO ICS Africa. I don't know whether you knew what you let yourself into. No, you didn't, did you? No, you did not read the small print. It was just as well because we're here and we did it. Thank you so much. We want to recognize all of your hard work. Did we plan this in a month? We did. My God. Okay, yes. Well, I do things like that, you see. Thank you for being such a darling of our FLEC. Truly, you are a darling. Thank you for bringing us to Ghana so soon after we just met. Thank you for being brave and making it possible. It was a lot of pressure because it was a short time and we were trying to do this before we go to Kenya because we are trying to navigate and to go in a certain trajectory for our sponsors and our partners. So Ghana is an important market and we think that we found an ally in you. We want to thank you and members of your team that are here and your partners that joined you, all of our sponsors. We do have people who sponsored us, the blogs. I'll read everybody's names out. But on behalf of FLEC and CIFA, She is Future Africa, we would like to present you with this certificate of event partnership. And we hope that there will still be many more things to do together. Thank you very much for your hard work. We are very grateful. So on a final note, I'd like to recognize the following brands: YD Agency of Nigeria, the Ghana Youth Entrepreneurs Chamber, Famula of Kenya, VNR Partners, Makeup Ghana, Ibiene.com. I'd also like to recognize Tita Productions, Otis Ghana, thank you so much. Global, thank you very much. Blossoms Academy, thank you for your support and your collaboration. We couldn't have done it without you. Our post event is going to be like 3 months long. We're going to celebrate all of your brands. Do watch out for the post event. You're part of our community now. We'll share with you our next steps should you want to journey with us. We are inducting in Kenya our academy for coaching. We want to be able to coach. Thank you. So we are going to launch our Fleck Mentoring and Coaching Academy, and we hope to induct members in the next tour, which is due to happen in Kenya. We will send you all the paper on this. The key thing is that, you know, we are a community and we are a resource to one another. Beyond that, we want to be able to really amplify our impact. And not just be focused on the market that we are in, but to be able to bring what we have into your market and to basically work with you to also achieve some of your own CSR goals. So Fleck next time when it comes should have the community that you want to empower, should have the young people that you want to give the gift of that knowledge that it is possible and that you are part of a community and you are not alone. So I want to thank you once again and invite you all to dine with us. It's been a long day, but we really, really appreciate your being here. God bless you. Thank you, everybody. Member of my team, I'd like to thank Sulaimon, who has been such a soldier. Everyone show him some love for me. And then to the tech team, thanks a lot. To the events team, thank you, the ones in Nigeria and the ones that are supporting us here in this market. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. And please, let's go out for dinner. We're going to do pictures now first, though. So with the speakers, Emmeline, please join.